We should be back live, Alabama. Let me
Okay.
play a couple songs, man. Keep y'all going. Let me see if I can find because I don't know what happened with the music. I mean with the stream. Hold
I
on a second.
understand. Yeah, that happens.
See if I can find a couple songs to play, then I hand it over to you.
Well, can you look in the chat there? You see in the
Say
chat?
it again.
Can you see the songs I put in the chat? The
I don't
camaraderie?
see them, man. I'm playing pool. I'm trying to
Oh, okay. Okay.
multitask by
Well, give
doing
it
this.
back to me. You can give the host back to me. I got stuff queued up I could be playing.
Now I can't see no songs in the chat, brother. I'm blind right now.
I got you. And I don't see it
You could
live
play.
yet
You
on
could
this.
play them when once I play these couple.
Got you.
I got you. Hold on, everybody. Shout out everybody in the house. Grand Rising. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family. Shout out all my Aborigines. We're gonna start it like we always do with some music by the sponsor. Let's go.
Class in session. So it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
So you're already using ChatGPT, and while that's awesome, there is one little problem. You're not making any money with it. And I'll tell you right now what you don't need.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just looking.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children.
Hey, shout out my
Time to
brother
make them pay
Darius
for what they
McNair.
did to the youth.
My brother
But freedom
Hurricane,
of speech
Grand
is nothing
Rising.
when they censoring
Power to the
truth.
motherfucker.
You ain't gotta
What's
show
good?
shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say? Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like Rich versus Paul. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you can never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
Part 3 coming up, man. Let's go.
We will get you 1 million views or you don't pay. And if you give me 15 seconds, I'll explain exactly
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
My brother D. Allen
freedom
Warren,
is that?
black motherfucker
What kind
power
of
to the black
social or
power.
political system is it when a black man
Cortez.
has no voice in court?
Brother
Has
321,
nothing
we're
on
good.
his side other than what the white man
I'm gonna put the link to the
chooses
chat in
to
case
give.
anybody wants to know.
My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you're gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street, nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3. My name Dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
We're going over here to the network, and I'm going to hand it over to my brother Alabama and let him do his thing. Hey, shout out my brother JJ and Lightstone. What's good, family? Much love and respect to you and the family. My nigga JJ, what's good?
This that Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium, fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now, ain't got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like a blammer.
Network forever,
I'm biased
nigga.
to the low comprehension, cause people claim woke to get a mention. You cry. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming, executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous.
Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the nine sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. We're going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the full fifth, waving you down like hi hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man. Know y'all feeling the pressure.
You already know it's Poison Puppets and Network forever.
Ain't nothing but real shit over
Shout out
here,
to
nigga.
Network. And I'm
Chris
paying
Cyphers just
10
gave
in the
y'all
link
a
in
dome
case
shot.
anybody want to come up.
Dangerous just put you niggas in a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man. Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game, you niggas lame. Come and catch this flame, we ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check, Lily from the logo. Smoke is out, you can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the nigga see prey, and move like Neo when the nigga see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheetah moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay.
David M, we
Y'all know
good,
what it
David
is,
M.
man.
Grand Rising,
Chris
Black
Cyphers,
Motherfucking Power,
Dangerous, Drake Cobbs,
my
man.
brother David
This
M.
network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real. You already know. Y'all know
play
how we
one
get
more.
out, Joe.
My nigga Juice. Did you know?
Network, nigga.
Network for life,
forever,
nigga. Let's go. out the network, brother. Network family. Here we go. One more, then I'm going to hand it over to my brother, Alabama. That's my brother, Juice. Did you know you Aboriginal? Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. William Bass in the building. Welcome everybody. This just an indigenous thing. Studious, I'm an info for info. I make what's complex look simple.
And the name of this stream is Who Are You Calling Black? The End of the Genocide of the Aboriginal Americans. Hosted by my brother Alabama and the sister A Angel. Let's go. Last song, I'm handing it over to you.
Claim my birthright, my MO. My blood ties to the land, my credentials. Turtle Island, Nietzsche, my kinfolk. The vibration on this frequency I live for. We get sick, we don't go to hospitals. We heal ourselves with herbs and crystals. Mother Nature speaks, my soul gets tickled. We already equipped with the essentials. No Similac for my little. All my babies get the milk from mama's nipples. Raising rebels to create ripples in the system. It's not liberal. We teach the youth to go to source for they vittles. Be the B, don't be the man in the middle. That's a third party, a fifth whip. They tell you saving a little is a big deal. Wanna trick the wizard with his own spell? Learn to conjure, then you'll pierce the veil. That's his story, I didn't write that. It's my birthright. I want my light back. Was on the wrong path, now I'm on the right track. Was in the dark, now I'm in the light, fam. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. With the eye of Horus, I see infinity. Woke up like Neo, started training my abilities. I'm not a storm, baby, let me be a peace. Your protector, the enemy runs in retreat. Shout out to Sophia, born to be a steward. Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York. Rod Hayes, Mama Rubber, Interstellar. Dane Calloway, Billy Carson, Young Elder. With my light codes, I'm in fight mode. For the next generation, we gon' right wrong. Get off the merry-go, don't repeat the cycle. You in the dark cause you forgot to cut your lights on. With the lights on, like Tupac, all eyes on. The usurper, trying to take my throne. I urge karma to drown you in a typhoon. An open book, you see what page I'm on. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Believing I'm a US citizen is propaganda. Had to call a brother true to correct my status. We own churches, not LLCs, they can't tax us. The government and central banking, it's all collapsing. Instead of chasing bread, we run on the bank. They'll become insolvent, we bankrupt the bank. Consumers exercising power makes them afraid. The GOV works for us, we the people, man. The Iroquois Constitution is supreme law. First Babylon, now it's England and Rome's turn to fall. Put the Pope on notice, discovery doctrine is false. At critical mass, Mother Nature gets restored. A green lantern lights my path, not a torch. At the fork in the road, you gotta choose a course. Light codes or dark secrets, what do you endorse? Me, I make you Darth Vader's feel the force. Yeah, I pray this resonates with your spirit. This is meant for everyone, not just the esoteric. Atomize it, dissect the message in my lyrics. I'm a god, how could I not love my appearance? My skin's divine, I love this melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist.
Y'all enjoyed all the music. Time to get down to business. Grand Rising, power to the motherfucking people. Gotcha. Hopefully everybody good, man. Yo, Alabama the host.
Yeah, big dog, you done turned it back over. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. My sister, my brother, Blackfoot, Angel, we on the house.
And welcome everybody on the panel. I thought I shouted everybody out, but much love to everybody. Huh? I'm here.
Much love to you.
Peace, everybody. How's everybody?
Peace, peace. Peace, good brother.
Peace and power.
Okay. You ready, Angel? Or you need me to do one more?
Yes, we can get started, brother.
Okay, it's on you. The floor is yours.
Can I share?
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta
It's
make
turned
you.
off.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta make you co-host.
While he that, I would like to share a little bit from my book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. Aboriginal Americans are the indigenous Negro-Negroid phenotypic people, natural born in the United States of America. We are indigenous Aborigines. Aboriginal Americans are natural born Americans, biologically distinguished as descendants of customary indigenous Aboriginal maternal bloodlines. Indigenous Aborigines in the United States of America are akin to Negro-Negroid phenotypic peoples around the world. Aboriginal Americans inherit their natural-born rights by matrilineal descent, pursuant to the Great Law of Peace Treaty in North America, pre-existing from immemorial antiquity. The American Revolution was won by Aboriginal Americans, ending an over 2 centuries long fight to secure our natural born rights of indigenous sovereignty and independence against European colonization. Aboriginal Americans inherit unalienable natural born rights to Aboriginal title of America, which encompasses the continental geographic boundaries for United States of America in perpetuity. Perpetual acknowledgement, recognition, security, continuity, and respect for the unalienable natural-born rights of Aboriginal Americans in United States of America commences now and forever. Yakoki Lawa.
On that note, sis, let me just play this one more time and then I'll pass the screen over to you. My sister Mayday, if EP is in the house, enemies public, the door is open, bro. Okay, what's going on here?
Yeah. They tell us to be strong, black women stand alone, don't need a man. But look around the landscape, tell me where's the winning plan? Asian, Hispanic, Latina, and the white sisterhood you claim. They stand beside their strongmen while we hate and place the blame. It wasn't a sisterhood, just a phony sister act. White women in a terrible blunder used a fake camaraderie to increase their numbers. Fact, we marched and made some noise, felt the heat of the summer sun. They went back to their men while we taught our daughters to run from the very source of power, the strength that built our home. We are the only women taught to manage life completely on our own. It's Mayday, and this is no play day. Listen close to the sound. We must stick to our men like glue, rooted firmly in the ground. Feminine, yes, but not a feminist. That's a system built on white design, used to divide and conquer, break the structure, cross the line. Black women face the mirror, see the truth behind the twist. White supremacy wore a dress and sold us something we dismissed. Feminism is a white concept, tailored for a white complaint. It never brought us liberation, just painted us a dangerous saint. A strong black woman standing solo, fighting battles left and right, while other women consolidate and walk together in the light. They used our rage, our fire, our need for justice in the street, then retreated to the comfort, left us standing in defeat, fighting against our own men, tearing down the very crown. While their men uplifted them, we watched our kingdom crumble down. We have the strongest men, yet we're taught to treat them with disdain. It's time to build a foundation, wash away the hurt and the rain. It's Mayday, and this is no play day. Listen close to the sound. We must stick to our men like glue, rooted firmly in the ground. Feminine, yes, but not a feminist. That's a system built on white design, used to divide and conquer, break the structure, cross the line. Black women face the mirror, see the truth behind the twist. White supremacy wore a dress and sold us something we dismissed. Stop the finger pointing, stop the needles, war within the home. Hey, 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 look at history, see the power. Structure built on mutual respect, protect our circle of our men. The only choice we can select. Unite the family, repair the wall, stand tall in unity and grace. Forget the phony sisterhood, find strength within our own space. No more hating our boys, no more leaving our men out cold. Black love is revolutionary, a story waiting to be told. Mayday, the truth revealed, the unity restored, the lesson learned. Stick like glue, the tide is turned.
White women's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? They haven't been our boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business.
Okay, sis. You got it. I'm going to stop sharing so you got the screen. And Blackfoot, you got it too if you want to share.
Yeah, I got you.
Yo, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Peace and power. So we're getting this started. The word for this platform tonight is indigenous. So let's get into this word, indigenous. First of all, indigenous is an adjective. And according to Edmond Online, this is the Etymology Dictionary Online. Indigenous, born or originating in a particular place. This is coming from 1640s. Born in a country, native, Indahina, sprung from the land. This is from the Latin Indahina, sprung from the land. And then they throw native in there again. As a noun, they're talking about native. And they go on to say beget, produce, birth, and it derives referring from procreation, family and tribal groups. So let's go down here to the next term, indigenous from 1590s. This is still, indigeny is an adjective. And adjectives, as we know, are words that describe. So in indigena comes from indigena, the Latin, sprung from the land, literally born, inborn. You're of the land, an aborigine. So this term indigenous, this is the etymology. Our good brother Alabama, he said, well, let's get some etymology of the term in here. And that is what I found on etymology dictionary online. So let's take a look here at the UN publication, State of the World's Indigenous Peoples, Volume 1. And their concept of indigenous describes Aboriginal peoples' inherently distinct connection to their ancestral homeland countries where found. So this is coming from my book, Who Are You Calling Black, page 57. And I'm quoting right here from that UN publication. Let me just also point out this. When you look at UNDRIP, the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, you will not find a definition for indigenous in that document. In the UN, on their whole platform regarding indigenous people, they say straight up, we do not define. There is no definition defining indigenous. However, they do give an explanation. If you dig deep enough, you go back to this volume 1 of this publication, State of the World's Indigenous Peoples. And what they say is the concept of indigenous peoples emerged from the colonial experience whereby the Aboriginal peoples of a given land were marginalized after being invaded by colonial powers. And so you see, I put in parentheses here after Aboriginal peoples, autochtons, and after colonial powers, foreigners, because colonial powers could be any group of colonists. And the reason why I say any group of colonists, because before the European colonists, we had colonists from Asia, the Mongolians, the Siberians, the Mongoloid or Siberian phenotypic group that came over, so-called over the Bering Strait. So this is what the UN is saying, that to be indigenous, you have to be the Aboriginal people on that land. That is what makes you indigenous. So let's take a look at this next slide I have here, American. And we all know this definition for American very well. A native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. And as we know, this is from Webster's Dictionary, 1828. So literally, who are the Americans? It's the Aboriginals. As we know, us Aborigines, we are the true Americans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans. So we know some usurpation that went on right there, but let's move on to the next slide unless any of our panel wants to comment on these past 3 slides. Please stop me if you have any comments or anything you want to add or ask a question or pose a question to other brothers and sisters in the chat. Just let me know.
No, you can keep cooking, sis. But if you have another tab, because I'm having some issues in trying to share it on my side. See what nigger says in the Edemont dictionary, because people keep talking about nigger actually is said to be the American Indian.
It
But
is.
go ahead, keep it. Go,
It
no,
is.
go ahead, go
I
ahead, go
could
ahead,
pull
cook.
that. I could pull that
Keep
up,
cooking.
but
Yeah,
it,
keep
it
cooking.
is that I did reference that in my book. So let's move on to this 1828 Webster's Dictionary for the term indigenous. And here they go. Here they go. Well, he does state that it comes from the Latin indigena, and we know indigena in Latin is of the land. But in 1828, Webster is saying indigenous is a native, born in a country, applied to persons, and then talking about other things that are naturally of that country as native, but there's also calling those things indigenous. So for me, this definition is a little misleading. This definition is misleading. However, this is what the definition is for Webster's 1828. So the next
Well,
slide here.
but even on that point right there, that is the reason we fumed for 2 days over that symposium, because using the term native, go back over it again, born in a country, applied to persons. See, this is a presumption. Born in a country, applied to persons. What country? The indigenous people, or the aboriginal, and I prefer to be more accurate in the autochtons, sprung directly from the soil of the land that they exist on. But go ahead, sis, cook.
All right, moving on to the next slide. We have here Indian, the term Indian from Webster's 1828. And so what does it say here? As we can see, they have it as an adjective and a noun. As an adjective, it's naming a river in Asia, and it's pertaining to the Indies, either the East Indies or the West Indies, as an adjective, because it's describing. But
I
as a
think you moved
noun,
on to the next slide, but you didn't put it up on screen. I still see indigenous on screen if you moved on to Indian.
no, I have it clicked. It says I'm screen sharing. I'm sorry.
I can see it. It's there.
What do you see, Chief?
Indian.
Okay. Do you see it now, Alabama?
I do, my bad. I have it on a monitor, and the monitor is YouTube. It's on delay, so forgive me. I have to go
Oh,
back
okay.
to my screen there. You current, you cooking.
All right. So let's move on here. For Indian 1828 Webster's, they're saying this is a general name of any native of the Indies as an East Indian or West Indian, and it is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. So still,
See, that's
we're
that native shit. See, that's
mm,
allowing people to insinuate themselves. See, this native thing, native born, naturalized. They're attached at the hip. Autochtons are natural born, literally of the soil. Now, but go ahead, sis. I'm sorry for stepping on your wisdom. Keep going.
oh no, it's all good. It is all good. So this next slide, I'm moving or kind of jumping over to Scott v. Sanford, 1857, and what Justice Taney had stated in his opinion, in the opinion of the Supreme Court on that case. And I'm just quoting a little bit from that opinion where he said, they were yet a free and independent people, associated together in nations or tribes and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion, but that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the right of the Indians to occupy it as long as they thought proper, and neither the English nor colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over the tribe or nation by whom it was occupied, nor claimed the right to the possession of the territory until the tribe or nation consented to cede it. Now, I just want to say one thing right here. You see, I put some other terms in parentheses. So this is from, I quoted this in my book on page 66. So I would like to read this, if I may,
Oh,
with
before
the
before you
terms
go,
that are
before you
in
do,
parentheses.
before you do, because I'd like to stay with what you read without the adding that you're doing, which you're signifying who is they. You're signifying who are the Indians. You're signifying who occupy and possess the land or territory. But this ruling was about Scott, considered a black person. I'm very intrigued by where you extracted this quote. In the ruling made 30 years, well, no, actually 25 years after the actual ruling for Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, or the ruling for Worcester versus Georgia. That would give the stare decisis the legal standing for these statements in this quote almost 3 decades later, if this was pulled from the Scott v. Sanford judgment, because that's not what's been ever focused on. It's the rights of the quote unquote black man are not to be respected by the quote unquote white man. But go ahead, sis, cook.
Yes, so that's why I referenced this in my book, because I was making the point that if you read that majority opinion, you will see that he was not only speaking about the quote unquote black or Negro, that they were assuming Scott was of African descent. As a matter of fact, Scott actually told the court he was of African descent. He put it in his filings. So the justice, when I read this opinion, the justice was making a distinction between, okay, we speaking about Negroes, Scott, of African descent, but we also have these Aborigines over here, these so-called Indians, who are also of Negro phenotype. So he made a distinction. Why else would he make that distinction? Because you're talking about both groups being of Negro phenotype. But let me just read this with the terms that I have in parentheses, and let's look at it from that perspective. Indigenous Aborigines were yet a free and independent people associated together in nations, because we had nations. That concept of tribe came later. That was imported over here, and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in Aboriginal ancestral homelands, to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the Aboriginal rights of Aborigines to hold their inheritance as long as they thought proper, which we're going to think that is proper forever, forever. And neither the English nor colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over the Aboriginal nation, by whom it was held by inheritance, okay? Nor claimed the right to the possession of Aboriginal ancestral homelands until us Aborigines consented to concede. And we will never consent to concede. Because why would we do that? Why would we aid and abet these foreigners in our genocide? So no, we haven't consented to concede anything. So, any other comments on this slide?
No, I would, when you go back to the ruling, could you bring up where it's referenced, this part that you have here? And of course, the focus is made on black versus white, which then these same white settlers took, what did he say? They claimed an ultimate right of dominion. Who? Based on what? And
That's
see,
that
that's why
manifest
eventually,
destiny stuff.
and the doctrine of discovery ruled in a later ruling in the Supreme Court that all property law is based on that declaration.
Yeah, but their doctrine of discovery was based on, well, there's no one on this land. This land is empty.
A wilderness. Yeah. Go ahead, sis.
Okay. So let's move on to this next slide. And this is coming from Bouvier's Law Dictionary 1856. And I just wanted us to look at the definition for Indian tribe and Indians. And Indian tribe in 1856, it states a separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal Indian race of men found in the United States. Now, come on, Chief Blackfoot, Alabama, please, can y'all please help me with this? What is a body of the Aboriginal Indian race of men found in the United States? I was like,
We're
okay.
we're especially since you're referencing Bouvier. See, people want to start confusion with a body politic. If you want to respond to that, Blackfoot. But for me, the simple thing of tribe is the family and the extension and the migration of families into communities, etc. Direct blood lineage or lineage by marriage, etc. That's what tribe is. Now, when you get into the body politic and the nation and governance, but you got it, Blackfoot.
Well, you know what I mean? So forth is what I did with my tribe. My tribe is a part of the Creek Muskogee Nation. So you know what I mean? In that nation, you have people, you have different tribes that keep growing. You know what I mean? When my children have their children, you know what I mean? And here it is, they can they have their own tribe. You know what I mean? But it's still a part of the Creek Muskogee Nation, though. So that's how I look at a tribe or clan.
So when you say tribe or clan, are you equating the two?
I'm not equating the two. Well, I kind of am equating the two, though. Like I said, I just use tribe. You know what I mean? But as I did my research, it seems like you can use it interchangeably.
I think here's the predicament when you have connotation and denotation. See, we intend things to be a certain way, particularly since we're coming from a perspective and we've got this narrative of being an oppressed people for centuries. So when we're intentional and with the language that we use going forward, we're trying to lift ourselves up out of depravity, up out of discrimination, up out of oppression, chattel slavery, whatever the condition that's externally being imposed on us individually and collectively as a people. Everyone, not us, is trying to keep us in the condition of oppression. So therefore, their intent is how they denote, their denotation of nigga, their intentions of convert or die. Their agenda, which I say very simply, is get the nigga. Their policy, kill the Indian, save the man. For what purpose? Because again, anyone not the American is trying to cage, control, destroy, and eliminate the American. Because don't we have that being taught in curriculum? That the American Indian is extinct. And whether you want to share again that interaction you had on a college level on they're not here, while in your face, they're dismissing and diminishing you. But go ahead, sis.
Okay, so the second part of this definition for the term Indian tribe states such a tribe situated within the boundaries of a state and exercising the powers of government and sovereignty under the national government is deemed politically a state. That is, a distinct political society capable of self-government, but but it is not deemed a foreign state in the sense of the Constitution. It is rather a domestic dependent nation. Such a tribe may properly be deemed in a state of pupilage, and its
We need
relation
to
to the
stop right
United
there.
States
I know you're going to go
resembles
to
that
the
of
guard and guardian, award and the
of
guardian, right?
award
Yeah.
to a guardian.
Okay, domestic dependent nation. We got to get on that. We got to get on
Go
that because
ahead.
that's these reservation dogs. That's these mongoloid hybrid conquistador bastard children. So when you use tribe, the other connotation is the dark continent of African jigaboo spear chucking slaves. Those are tribal people, right? Right? And then this definition, again, this is from Bouvier's, right? This is
Yes.
imposing on who is in agreement through civilization. What is the five civilized tribes, my sister, my brother? What is the civilizing process? Is that what you just described there in Bouvier's law dictionary?
This is to me describing something else.
It
They're
says that a
saying
tribe, they're saying you have sovereignty.
they're
Sovereignty by
saying
definition means
capable.
I'm independent. Sovereignty by definition, individual and collectively, means independence, right? And then in the same phrase, they contradict themselves saying you're dependent. A
Yeah, but
domestic dependent nation, correct?
do not leave out this part where it says situated within the boundaries of a state and
And who is dictating the state? Yes, I got you.
exercising the powers of government and
It,
sovereignty
it,
under the national government.
but notice that they're very slick in saying capable of self-government.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
part too.
Okay.
That part
Okay.
capable of self. So these tribes, and then they come to the end to tell you what they really mean. It's
Pupillage.
award,
Can
like
we bounce?
award
Can
to
we
the
bounce
guard.
pupillage? What's a pupil? A pupil has a teacher, scholar, master, right? A pupil is a ward, right? A pupil has a
Someone that has
guardian,
to
right?
that needs instructions.
Okay. How about you,
Yeah.
Blackfoot?
It's with where I am. I'm like this. I like putting in work, and I'm saying I like, we got a lot of work we have to do, man. And I don't at this point in my life, I don't get right into, these little terms, man, because you know what I mean. Even though that's some people, like some people who have done the research, you know what I mean. They get into these little terms and they stick there. And man, while people are doing certain things, man, my family have always, and this is the reason why, I'm, am who, when I say that I'm an Indian, because that's what my great grandmother and, before her, this is what they said they were, they Creek Muskogee Indians. So I'm saying, like, we got a lot of stuff to do out here. And I don't really get into the little names because we waste so much time into these little names when, you know what I mean? I'm in this fight, man. And when we in this fight, man, it's like, just like when you go to the Constitution, what was that? Article 1, Section 2, in there it lists Indians, but it don't list nobody else. But we know who they talking about. We know they talking about Aboriginal people, us. We know they ain't talking about nobody else but us. So, you know what I mean? I don't really get into, keep on, because you waste so much time, man. Time is really flying out here today. And to keep on going over terms now, I'm saying Black and African American, yeah, we know these are reclassifications, man. But when you go into talking about Indian, we know who they're talking about. When you're talking about Negro, and the term Indian was before that. So I mean, we know what people they talking about when they say that. So that's where I stand with this, man.
Now, I know she's going to transition to what an Indian, which I know irks her every time we have this conversation
Yeah,
about an
but
Indian.
I understand.
But
But like everybody, you know what? Everybody it's so many people that are on that we're trying to wake our people up. We're trying to wake our people up and get these people off our necks, man. And it's a lot of people that use Indian. It's a lot of people that say Aboriginal, So what we going to waste time on this Aboriginal Indian, waste so much time while these folks, man, got their feet on our necks. What we going to do?
well, I appreciate your sentiment, and you're absolutely 100% correct, Blackfoot. But as she transitions to this next definition, and I know where she's going with it because I can see right there in no political rights, right, sis? But I'm gonna go ahead, let you cook on
No,
that,
go ahead
and
and
then
read it. You
yeah,
can go ahead and read the whole term and definition.
Which one? Where it say
this is
Indians?
going into Indians. Yes, you want to read it,
The
Blackfoot?
Aborigines? The Aborigines?
Mm-hmm.
The Aborigines of this country are so called. Two, in general, Indians have no political rights in the United States. They cannot vote at the general elections for officers nor hold office. In New York, they're considered as citizens and not as aliens, owing allegiance to the government and entitled to its protection. 20 John. But it was ruled that the Cherokee Nation in Georgia was a distinct community.
Now, do you see the confusion and the conflict between those two things? New York and Georgia distinctly are being made unique by Bouvier defining this. But let's go back to in general, Indians have what?
No
No
political
political
rights.
rights.
Okay.
But that was 1856.
Now let's transfer that statement to how blacks have no rights at all in regards to whites as they dictate, because they're in the superior position, and blacks, by definition, besides being civil litis mortuus, dead in law, are inferior to whites as a political construct, correct?
Right, right. And you're
So then
talking
back to that statement.
1857, Scott v. Sanford.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, in general, Indians, considered and known by them as Aborigines of this country, distinct and separate and apart, which again is my point about we fall out of the boundaries of the Constitution. But this is the disheartening point of us not being in our right frame of mind. We're to impose the Constitution on everyone, not the American, not being dictated to by people who are under the Constitution that actually continue to break it because they're criminal, because they're outlaws. They are operating a criminal enterprise. They are operating under fraud. All things operating out of a fraud, by definition, are crime. So we constantly allow, as Blackfoot pointed out, arguing over labels, semantical arguments, having debates, which is confusion and chaos that prevents us from organizing under the one unique, distinct, exclusive status is American. That is why everybody tries to call themselves that while they are not that. In addition, the Americans should be dictating how things operate on American land. I don't know, just an opinion, but y'all got it.
Okay. So I just want to go back up to Indian tribe, that second definition, and just correlate it to what Chief Blackfoot was just saying, because he said that his tribe is under, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, the Muskogee Creek Nation. Now, if we take a look at this definition, it says a tribe, right? Within the boundaries of a state. Well, what would be the state? The state would be the Muskogee Creek Nation. That is the nation. That would be the government and the sovereignty under which a tribe would exist. And it says right here, under the national government. Well, what would be the national government? It could only be the government of what nation it is.
The
So
Muskogee
it's
Creek
the
Nation.
Muskogee Creek Nation. And what I'm saying in the argument that I make in my book is that not only per se the Muskogee Creek Nation would be part of the national government, but all our Aboriginal nations make up the national government as one. So that's what I'm arguing in the book. I think I laid it out pretty good, but we're going to continue
You
on.
have,
I
but even
just wanted
so,
to
in that
point that
last
out.
sentence, but it was ruled that the Cherokee Nation in Georgia was
Mhm.
a distinct community.
You see, they
And
didn't
this is
say
a,
Cherokee tribe.
go ahead. Go
You see,
ahead,
they
sis.
did not say Cherokee tribe. They said Cherokee Nation. You must be a nation to have that distinct recognition or acknowledgement or true sovereignty and the ability to self-govern. You have to be a nation. And a nation is a people of a given territory, their homeland, and they have a common lineage, ancestry, heritage, culture. That's a people. A people is not made up of all various different groups that come together. That's a tribe. That literally dictates or defines a tribe. A tribe can
But
be
see,
a
and
group of,
that's again exactly what's being portrayed on us from these African narratives. The Dark Continent, tribal people, all these different tribes forced under an umbrella, which comes through colonialization. However, here, what was the civilized process of the five tribes? And I've said this before, whether people pay attention or not. The Cherokees are not a nation nor a tribe. The Cherokee is a confederation and an amalgamation of a creation. Creek is not. Chickasaw, Choctaw, not Choctaw, Choctaw. These are all things that have been imposed on us externally through the civilization process of the five tribes.
And the
You notice how they
Cherokee
said that?
would the Cherokee
Go
would be
ahead,
the
cook, brother, cook.
no, the Cherokee would be the Aninuia, right?
Anianwea, and we can go into a number of other individual nations and tribes. But I'm talking about the five being civilized, authorized by federal recognition, and of those five, only the Cherokee did all three of the elements. One, convert to Christianity. Two, author a constitution. Three, create a syllabary, or what we call an alphabet. Then, what did they agree to do by being in union with Uncle Sam? Cook, brother, cook.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm not sure which direction you're going, sis, with that, but I'm just saying that
okay, we
civilized
can move on.
process, yeah, we have to address that civilized process. And when you're ready to break, I got some video content to bring it to focus.
You know,
Okay.
one more thing, like I was talking earlier, man, because you know, our position is to try and wake our people up because they, you know, and we all are at different levels, you know, but the majority of our people, man, we know that they're far behind. So when we get in here and say like, you know, they heard somewhere in their family, they heard that they got half Indian in them. This is how they talk. I got half Indian in me. And They really don't even know what they're talking about. They just heard. And I hear a lot of people say this, you know. So if we get in there and start talking, you know, hey man, Indian is this or that, you know, there's no such thing as, you know, we're gonna lose our people, man. You know, we have to, man, we have to really like spoon feed our people, man. But I don't like confusing them because, you know what I mean? I don't like confusing them, and it really confuses a lot of people. If we get into talking about, you know, on the subject of this, and we're saying that we Aboriginal, in which we are. We are the
Actually,
Aboriginal
we're
people.
all the things that have been labeled. The problem is attaching oneself to the label. That's
Yeah,
causing the chaos. That's
that's
causing division.
it's
It's
no
still
different.
the same people, but what makes us a unique thing is we're the only ones being done that. We're in double digits of
Yeah,
how many different names, labels, categories, classifications. We're the only people being done that way.
right. And
While
guess
we're
what?
being done that way, everybody else is claiming to be American.
Hey, even when you get into talking about the Mayan and the Aztec, that's not their names. But we don't, and that's before that comes before the political term Indian. But those not the correct names. So but they know, but we know who they're talking about.
True that.
So I
True
just
that,
feel,
brother.
man, there's so many political names, and guess what? It's probably more that we don't even know about. So I
Oh,
don't.
well, first of all, when the five civilized nations came into being, again, these are only five confederations, there were thousands,
Yeah,
thousands, brother. We barely have scratched the surface. Right now, there's almost 600 or thereabouts recognized by the federal government. That doesn't make us be because your enemy or alien invader recognizes you. At the same time, they said they've exterminated you.
I
And
have a
shout out to those in the chat. Wale, T. Cortez, Old Dude, None Your Business. Y'all can always click the link. It's pinned at the top of YouTube, man. We'd love to mix it up with the community. We want to have some varying ideas to push the conversation forward. So feel free, especially T. Cortez, man. I'd like to ask you about what happens in our Hispanic community that causes this friction and this ignorance to be transmitted amongst us as a people group. But go ahead, Blackfoot, you were saying?
Yeah, I have a book here. It's by Alvin Josephine Jr. It's called The 500 Nations, and it's an illustrated history of North American Indians. I'm just saying, all of these people on the front of this book are copper color, you know. And I'm just saying, there's so many. It goes into so many nations in this book, you know.
But remember, every time we're referring to these things, it's what's been reported by journals of conquistadors, invaders, and colonizers. Now, Algonquin is a language, but people also insinuate that it is a tribe. Okay? The Iroquois Confederacy, hello, it's a confederacy. The Mohawk, the Seneca, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Tuscarora. You feel me, brother? Now, that
Yeah,
was just only in what we know as New York. What was there between Maryland and Virginia when they carved out the District of Columbia? Who were those folks? Powhatan, the
yeah.
And
Pamunkey?
that was a
The,
confederacy.
go ahead, sis. Y'all cook.
And that was a confederacy. But I just would like to just share one more thing right here before we move on to the next slide. That in my oral tradition, the way I was raised, that we are nations. We are Aborigines and we have clans. We have our various clans, and our clans make up our nations. Because I distinctly remember when I was very, very young, elementary age, asking my mama, well, what tribe are we of? She's like, we're not of a tribe, we're of a nation. We have clans that make up nations. So that's what I was taught. And my elders were not educated. They owned businesses, but a lot of them didn't even have high school diplomas. So they weren't educated, but they were business minded. So if I may, I would like to move on to the next slide. So this I'm taking from my book on page 75. Certainly, the earliest crania of continental North America and Mexico are Proto-Negroid, which is corroborated by the crania from the ancient burial caves in northern Mexico that exhibit the Negroid phenotype as clearly dominant. A distinctive Proto-Negroid phenotype is prominent in crania from the earliest stratum throughout North and South America, which absolutely contrasts with modern Native American tribes making claim to indigeneity in United States of America. And I'm gonna go on to the next
And
slide because it's
crania is
kind of
just talking
connected.
about skulls, and this is
Yes,
from archaeological digs, and the
yes,
bones, the sinews, and the muscles,
well,
as Frederick Douglass is called. Yes, sis, go ahead.
the skeletal remains. The skeletal remains. So also quoting from this is a reference I cite in the book. This is Dixon from 1923 is the author, but what he stated is the Proto-Negroid type, present distribution, areas adjacent to the Indian Ocean. This is where you find Proto-Negroid. In Africa, it is more strongly concentrated, however, in the West. It is a large factor in population of southern India and the Aboriginal remnants of the Malay Peninsula in Indonesia. It survives in some importance in marginal areas. It is dominant among part of the population of Melanesia and Northern Australia and has considerable outliers far to the east in Easter Island. It is a minor element among the living and was stronger among the ancient peoples of Southeast Asia. And in the New World, North and South America, was prominent in the Iroquois and Southern Algonquian, as well as among the ancient peoples of the region on both sides of the Mexican border, in the Brazilian highlands and in Patagonia. So basically, this author is stating that you find the Proto-Negroid type practically all over the earth, around the equatorial regions. Okay, and he goes on to say in the northeastern area, the primary factor among the Iroquois, Lenape, and southern New England tribes was the Proto-Negroid. Okay, the Proto-Negroids may be supposed to have been dark brown in skin color with strongly curly or frizzly hair. So we're talking about
Now, do
the
you notice the
skeletal
using,
remains.
but you notice the using of what would we say, weasel word? Suppose it, suppose it. It's damn well certain it's not pale.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
damn
you know,
well certain it's not depigmented, melanemic. But they like to use those type of terms to allow themselves an entry point. But cook, sis, cook.
yeah, well, you know, they have to throw in something here and there. But we already know. I mean, that's not even a monkey wrench. That's just a word that may be supposed to have been. So, but he's literally saying they had dark, proto-Negroids are dark brown with curly to frizzly hair. So we have textured hair. But the important takeaway for me is that the oldest strata of North and South America, the skeletal remains are proto-negroid. That is what science is telling us. So
Now, the
let's
intentional abusing people's awareness of the word Aboriginal and constantly thinking it's referencing the people down under exclusively. Could you elaborate, sis, on that before you move to the next point?
say that one more time.
The confusing intent of the mindset around the word Aboriginal to be exclusively addressing the people in Australia, those down under, though we're dealing with indigenous today. Could you elaborate on how that works in opposition to what should be understood commonly, that the
Well,
American is the Aboriginal? As a matter of fact, I would argue
yeah.
the only Aboriginal. But go ahead, sis.
Well, I mean, this definition, we can cite this definition right here because he talked about the Aboriginal remnants in Southeast Asia. He mentions Melanesia in Australia. And then he comes around and he comes all around the world over here to North and South America. So we have Aborigines all over the world. And if anyone, someone may think, oh, Aborigines, you're talking about Australians, but that's just not true. Aborigines are all over the world, as this um, author noted. So, if I may, can we go to the next slide? Moving
You
on.
cooking with Pam, sis. You cooking
All
with
righty.
Pam. You got anything to put on it, Blackfoot?
Well, these Western pale faced professors or whatever you want to call them. When you get into talking about Aboriginal, they try to make it seem, because I just got through reading that, and they try to make it seem like it's from, like I think Alabama just said, from Australia, when really it's from all over the world. You know what I mean? We have to really, we have to put our definitions in place, because what they did, they learned from us, but then they put their spin on it, and we can feel it from the heart what it is. You know what I mean? And Aboriginal, indigenous is native, or the from the ground, autochthonous from the ground. But they try to put their spin on. Even when you go on this damn chat GPT, it's going to put its spin on it. They try to leave us out of the equation and everything.
That's the trading places.
Exactly.
They shoehorn themselves in
Mm-hmm.
and say you don't exist, or if you're to be acknowledged, transport you to the dark continent, because all the black races are out of Africa. But I digress, sis. Go ahead, cook.
Well, as we can see, this author here, and there's other scientists that I cite in my book that clearly say Aborigines are all around the world. And another thing about us Aborigines is you can't pinpoint us. We're indigenous to the land where we are found. So we have Aborigines indigenous to America. We have Aborigines indigenous to Australia, in Southeast Asia, wherever we're found. We're the oldest people there. We're indigenous to where we're found. So let's continue on to the next slide.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, of
Of
course.
course, we're Aboriginal, but you notice something about, like, the Aboriginals in each territory. We look totally different. The phenotype. I can look at, for the most part, I can look at an African and someone from the Americas, and I'll automatically know, oh, he's American. He's African. You know, the same with the Aborigines in Australia. You know, because they did a documentary on that one time. They also made a cartoon, and that's how they look, also like that cartoon, which they called the Tasmanian Devil. But the Aborigines in Australia, they look like that cartoon. It was a clan, a tribe of them that looked just like that.
Or if you'll say those heads on Easter Island. And who the hell called it Easter in the first place? That's obviously the Pope calling it Easter Island. But go ahead, sis, cook.
Yeah, I think Chief just brought up a really good point right there when he said we all look, we just are distinct. We here, us Americans, we're distinct. And the Africans and wherever you find Aborigines around the world, we're distinct to our environment. And we vibe in on the frequency of our land and our ecosystem here. And if we also look at us here in America, us Americans, and we look at our vegetation, and the main, most important aspect for me of our vegetation are trees. We have the most ancient trees in the world right here. And so for those who contest the thought that America is not the oldest land, North America is not the oldest landmass on earth, I have to push back on that and say, well, let's look at the topography. Let's look at all the vegetation. Let's look at the mountain ranges in the rivers, and let's look at the strata, the stratigraphy. We're going to see that everything over here is more ancient than any place else. So it just goes to show that we people are the most ancient people. And I think that's what they gave the Washita. At least that's what I've been told, that the Washita was designated as the oldest people on earth.
Well, sis, as you move to the next round, big ups to our sisters in the house. Copper, Miss Parker, none your business. What up, old dude? Wale, T. Cortez, again, Poison Puppet, thank you for posting Who You Calling Black, and get it now off of Amazon. And don't forget our good brother Blackfoot Transitions. And Black Wolf, Live and Learn, Poison Puppet. Again, we'd like for y'all to mix it up. If you click the chat that's pinned at the top in YouTube, feel free to join us. We have a good friend of mine there. If he wants to chime in, I see he's unmuted himself. I'd love for him to mix it up and bring the technology to the discussion when you're ready, sis. But go ahead.
All right. So this next slide, excuse me.
No, go ahead, Angel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. So this next slide, it states, and this is a page, this is a couple of paragraphs from the book on page 83. It states, a chart produced by the United States Census Bureau mapping race and ethnicity standards from 1790 to 2010 constructs an overview that document misidentifying the indigenous Negro-Negroid phenotypic people of America under various categories such as slaves, free, colored persons, black, black, in parentheses, Negro, Negro, Negro or black, black or Negro, and a black or African American racial group. And I didn't make those terms up, okay? Those are actual terms that came from various decennial censuses. So on this next paragraph, we see the term slaves was designated in decennial censuses from 1790 to 1810. In 1820, 1830, and 1840, the terms slaves and free colored persons was used. Black was used in 1850. That's when they instituted using the term black. 1860, 1817, 1880, and 1890. Okay, they also use black. Black, in parentheses, Negro, or of Negro descent, they used that in 1900. Black, in parentheses, just Negro, in 1910 and 1920. Negro slash Indian in 1930, 1940, 1950, and 1960. Negro or Black in 1970. Black or Negro in 1980. They just flipped it. In 1990. Black, African American, or Negro in 2000 and 2010. And lastly, Black or African American in 2020. Free white was the other historic census group designated from 1790 to 1840. This designation changed only once to just white in 1850. Then on, every decennial census from 1850 to 2020 has used just white to designate the majority population group in United States. And in parentheses, I put as the majority population group, European immigrants and their native born descendants. Okay, so the next paragraph here to wrap up this slide states, United States Census data is the primary source of statistical information documenting population identity. OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, politically constructed their race and ethnicity category designations to mirror the Census Bureau standard for identifying population groups. These federal standardized identities are status quo across the administrative government system and subject to a 72-year rule federal restriction on accessing individual personal census data, meaning you got to wait 72 years later before you can access the personal data in the census for a particular individual. So any comments on that? Chief, Alabama?
We're going to have to consider some things that people don't realize. And the fact that all of these people from all over the planet come to the United States, not Canada or Mexico. I know we like to keep saying North America, but we have to be very key on the crime scene. In addition, everything that is conducted through the United States federal government is then replicated through other governments across the planet. If you don't know that, I think you need to check it. Check it for yourself. Again, remember, all the things that are based on immigration and travel are from them coming from somewhere else coming to here. Let's contemplate that as we continue this discussion on indigeneity. And if you want to go back to our build on Thursday, sis, tell me, what is self-indigenization?
Oh, okay, brother. So as far as them revising all these terms for our people, that's what I was asking. Do you have any comment on that? Because this is a lot, as we know. They've been calling us, they have designated us all these different terms.
This is
And
an
like you
on-standing rule.
said
We
not too
have
long
the
ago,
only
no one
people.
else has gone through this.
We are the only, we're in double digits. Now, in the self-mutilation, you got this decrepit bastard, the King Kong of Pan-Africanism, out of his jealousy with Tariq Nasheed, going around trying to initiate a new label, descendants of African freedmen in America. Here in H-Town, there is a group called SOLAN. Inside the acronym, SOULAAN, is autochthonous American. Do we need to keep going backwards to ADOS being African/American descendant of slave? FBA, what is foundational or black about American? And BIPOC is the latest in the federal government when the Obama administration removed and extracted Negro and the only other so-called offensive label, Oriental. Now, what have Asians been called other than that?
Okay. So another point I would like to make right here is that since we all have the right to self-identify, how do you identify? Me, myself, I identify as Aboriginal American on everything I do in navigating this system. I identify as Aboriginal American because I am an Aborigine of this land and soil. And that's one of the things I think we have to come together as one people. How do we identify? They already have caused all this chaos and confusion since 1790, calling us this, calling us that, calling us this and that. But now, since we can self-identify, so what? We're going to keep up the chaos and confusion? I don't think so. I don't think so. And if other immigrant groups can come to our ancestral land and put it to this government, put it to the federal government, that we are this and you are to call us this, like MENA. MENA just got their own recognition and acknowledgement as a population group. They were delineated from the white group in the last OMB revision. And now they can step to the government, okay, we're our own group. You got to start allocating us all these funds that we need for our communities. If a foreign group can come over here and do that, you mean to tell me Aboriginal Americans, we cannot delineate and disaggregate from the Black category, which we know clearly they have been misidentifying us by all these different terms since 1790. They know we're Aborigines. And I have some slides here to prove that they know we're Aborigines. So if I may, I would like to continue.
You have the floor, sis, unless you want to do a break and play this 10-minute video, but just let me know when you're ready.
Okay. So this slide right here is also from the book. Since its inception in 1789, the federal government has implemented population group racial terms, designating identity based on the presumed skin colors of white and Black. This demand, the demand that's stated in the book, that this demand standpoint focuses on the federal government designating multiple racial identities over generations to erase us Indigenous Aborigines in the United States as predicated on our Black/Negro skin color. Since 1790, the natural born citizen rights of us Aborigines to thrive in our ancestral homeland has been grossly violated by alien immigrants adopted as naturalized citizens of the United States. And here's a quote from an author that wrote this back in 1803. Quote, "It being one of the great fundamental principles of the American government that the people are the sovereign and those who administer the government, their agents and servants, not their kings and masters. It would have been a political, help me with this pronunciation, with this term, Alabama, solecism."
You said what now? Political?
Solecism?
Solicism, probably. Well, I guess we'd have to look up
Solecism?
what is solicism supposed to mean, but
To have,
presumably this is about party politics. So to have permitted the
yes,
smallest restraint upon the right of the people. So what is that restraint? But go ahead, sis.
to
Complete.
inquire into, censor, approve, punish, or reward their agents according to their merit or demerit. See, we have the right to inquire on what the government is doing. The natural born, the Constitution therefore secures to them the unlimited right to do this, either by speaking, writing, printing, or by any other mode of publishing, which they may think proper. This being the only mode by which the responsibility of the agents of the public can be secured, and practically enforces the smallest infringement of the rights guaranteed by this article, must threaten the total subversion of the government. So I know I was kind of choppy in how I read that, but what
Well,
I'm taking away from
solicism,
that,
as the definition,
mhm,
solicism is a significant grammatical mistake, such as they was or I done it, or a breach of social etiquette. So when you're saying political solicism, that sounds like it's an inconsistency. Okay. That's basically what I'm seeing here. It says idiomatic would be using a term irregardless instead of regardless. In other words, people are grammatically incorrect because we don't check our speech. You know, synonymous or synonyms include faux pas, gaffe, blunder, mistake, or impropriety. So it refers to non-standard usage, an
mm,
inconsistency or blunder in speech. But if you're using it to tie it to political, you feel me?
right, right.
So what's the
So
blunder? So what's the
so
blunder?
this so this author is saying that it would be a political solecism, okay, to have permitted the smallest restraint upon the right of the people, to
So that's the
inquire
blunder.
into,
Hold up
censor.
right there. So the restraint is the blunder. Now, after that, it says to inquire into, to censure, approve, secure to them the unlimited right. First of all, we've had our rights taken, right?
Yeah, but it's saying the Constitution secures our rights. The
Does it?
Constitution
Or it
secures
just
our
tells you,
natural born rights.
it describes what rights are. Government doesn't give you rights. They can enforce or violate. So when the rights are being violated, enforcement by law of the law is what would protect you once you're injured, but they don't bestow rights.
I didn't say that. I said they
No, I'm not
secure it.
saying you're saying that. I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
this is what I'm pointing out is solicism, a blunder.
Okay.
You feel me?
So the Constitution, yes, yes, thank you, brother. The Constitution secures our rights. And we have unlimited rights, unalienable natural born rights. That's unlimited rights. And so we can either speak, write, print, do whatever we need to do that we think, it says here, that we may think proper to check them, to check the government, which are our servants, according to this, not our kings and our masters. And they are public servants, right? That it have to adhere to a code of ethics. And that code of ethics is deep.
Now, do you know the
There's a
blunder is
sister
two
I
sides
know who
of a coin?
breaks that down really good. Hmm?
The blunder is two sides of the coin. So the blunder from the United States citizen is to think that they are the American, then act and behave as if they have some authority that they do not, though we're letting them through the blunder on the Americans' part of thinking they're a subservient African chattel slave in perpetuity. You feel me, sis? That's the solecism. You feel I'm trying to point this out so people understand what the word is.
Okay.
The political solecism
Mm-hmm.
is the blunder on both parties. The United States citizen, which is naturalized through what? 1790 Naturalization Act. And no matter how long they've been here, no matter if they're born here native, not natural, a United States citizen cannot and never will be an American by natural born status.
Right.
But the American is deluded into thinking they're descendants of Africans, period, which is another immigrant group, correct?
Yes, they are.
That is
They're
the
immigrants.
political blunder. I'm changing solecism to blunder. You follow me now, sis? But go
Yes,
ahead,
got
cook,
it.
cook,
Yes,
cook.
yes. No, you cooking. You're cooking, bro. So I think we get it from based on our little commentary we just had on this author right here, that we, the natural born Americans, we are the ones with the unalienable rights, with the power, and we can check our servants, which are the government. They're public servants. They're the servants. Okay, so if I may, if you want to pause right here, Alabama, if you think this is a good time.
Yeah, as we, because I want to just give us a little kind of a palate cleanser like ginger for sushi. But again, whoever that is, I think that's beat active or beast of active. This misperception that you all have to attach yourself to an African ancestor or whatnot, hey, that's your choice. But I don't care whether it's fifth, sixth, seventh generation. If it's 10 generations back, that's 1,024 people, ancestors that make up you. 512 of them, at least, would be required for you to be half African. Can you all just do some little math? Simple arithmetic? And
But
even if you want to
Alabama,
go back to 32, 64, or 128 ancestors, you got to cut that number in half for you to be half an African. But go ahead, sis.
no, I was just going to say everyone has the right to self-identify.
I'm not
If
disputing that, but
someone,
that's not what they do. What they do is try to declare all Americans known as Negro to be of African ancestry. That ends today.
yeah,
I don't
that's
care
done.
what you do as a personal choice. To defame other people, to coerce, to demean, to say crap like a self hating African, to do that jigaboo bullshit that Umar Johnson does, because now he's flippantly referring to us as pretendians. That's not a jerk, okay? That is an actual crime in North America. Now, maybe primarily in Canada for the moment, but a pretendian is a fraud under law.
So you're
You
saying
feel
that
me, sis?
Umar Johnson, he said something about
He is
pretendians in
he is
reference to
flippantly
who?
referring to us as being the pretendian, trying to glom on to Native American culture. That bastard does that on the regular.
I
Besides
find
the
that
nefarious
interesting.
the nefarious behavior of Tariq Nasheed, he tries to straddle the fence. And if I'm gonna gas up Blackfoot, throw Mike TV on this bonfire, brother, while I crank up the video.
I find that interesting because I personally had uh exchanged words. I'm not even going to call it a conversation. I exchanged words with Umar Johnson and specifically told him that I am an Aboriginal American. He was, if I can share just a little bit of the story, he was speaking at an event. This was some years ago, where he was doing a book signing. And I didn't even want to go, but I went because I was begged to go by one of my relatives. So I went, and I just was going to go and take pictures of her and her baby with Dr. Umar. And that's what I did. I took the pictures and then we were walking away. And he said, "Excuse me, sister." And we turned back around. And he said, "You," he pointed at me. He said, don't you want to take a picture with me? And I said, well, as a matter of fact, Dr. Umar, no, I do not. And he said, well, why not? Everybody's here, to take a picture and get their book signed. I said, well, I told him that I was feeling a kind of way about how he was denigrating the name American. And I told him, I said, whenever you said American, you referred to it as America KKK. And I said, so are you talking about the people of America? Because if
No,
you
again,
are,
people who
you're
use that,
talking about my people.
that's true. But when they're using that as a political statement, that is to acknowledge, if not succumb and subject oneself to this white supremacist enterprise, criminal operation, white supremacy as a reality, because I still think it's an alternate reality. But any references to KKK, it elicits an emotional, traumatic reaction from the American known as the miseducated Negro. You feel me, sis? Because I try to be very exact in the messaging that I am transmitting. The Ku
Okay.
Klux Klan, which you know has some Spanish heritage, you've seen the same hooded figures over in Spain, right? And this Knights of the Golden Circle and all these other things that they want to associate to the Ku Klux Klan, a Christian organization. One more time, a Christian organization. Could you tell me when they have ever been prosecuted and convicted of burning a cross? Of going and burning private property, whether they are churches or people's homes or businesses? And we already know the most infamous violation is still digging up bodies in a mass grave called Greenwood, Archer, and Pine in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Right, sis? So as
Right.
I pull this
So
up,
what
if
I
you, yeah,
told Dr. Umar when he said, I told him I was feeling a kind of way because he just kept saying America KKK. And I said, when you speak of America, you're talking about my people. You're talking about us Aborigines. This is our homeland. And this soil is made up with the bones and blood of our ancestors, us indigenous Aborigines. And he said, oh, sister, well, I've been hearing some talk about this. Can you send me something? And I said, well, Dr. Umar, with all due respect, how many PhDs or how many degrees do you have? He said, oh, well, sister, I'm easy to find, send me some things. I said, well, Dr. Umar, I'm really not trying to hold up this line. You got all these brothers and sisters waiting, you know, so I'm not trying to hold them up. And
okay,
then
sis.
I
So
just told him peace and we walked off.
yeah, well, he's a non-issue. Okay, so beat active. If you're not a coward, hit the link. And
But
again,
what
you
I'm
don't have to be
saying,
disrespecting
bro,
none of your business and our other sisters in the chat. Enots, the American Indian, what say you? Anyone that wants to participate in the conversation, the link is pinned at the top of YouTube. And sis, I'm just gonna mix a little bit here since I don't have my DJ Fantastic. Cataculus is miraculous or enemies public. If you're in the house, come on down.
$5. Okay, so Alabama, I was just sharing that story because it's not like
Yeah, sis, I was playing the
Umar
video
does
now.
not know about us Aborigines. He knows.
Okay, sis, I was playing the video though. We can keep going back on again whether Umar is relevant. To me, he's not. But the only reason why I mention it is for the type of pan goofy individuals like those in the chat who want to cling to African slavery. That's the whole point. Any
Right.
discussion about Africa is reparations requiring a slave. And that day is over. You can hold that opinion. You can be that as a choice. I
Yeah.
believe somebody ran Kanye up the flagpole for saying after 400 years, slavery is a choice. It sounds like a logical statement to me, sis. So Umar Johnson is irrelevant till he put a brick on the ground after 15 years. Build that goddamn academy you keep lying about, scamming and grifting. The same ignorant, miseducated Negroes. You ain't educating nobody. But I'm sorry, y'all got it.
Yeah, he's trying to he's trying to, totally, you know, discard this school that he's been working on for what, the last
At least decade, if not 15 years.
yeah, so he's trying to
And he claims the building in question is abandoned.
right.
It is a dilapidated, rundown. It's disrespectful. Let me not be triggered. Okay, if y'all want to chop that up over Umar, I wanted to bring up the $5 frauds to continue to push the conversation you were having, sis.
Yeah, no,
So,
keep I
Yes,
mean, we
by all
keep
means.
pushing that. Keep pushing that,
okay, well, here we go. Drop the ballistics.
$5. That's what it cost to steal an identity in 1900s America. $5 to claim you were Native American when you weren't. $5 to get land that didn't belong to you. $5 to erase someone else's heritage and replace it with your own. This wasn't a few isolated cases. This was systematic fraud on a massive scale. Thousands of white people with no native ancestry paid bribes to be enrolled on tribal rolls. Meanwhile, thousands of black people with genuine native ancestry who spoke native languages, who'd lived in tribes for generations, were rejected. The same system that sold native identity to white people for $5 denied it to black Indians for free. And the consequences of that theft are still with us today. This is the story of the $5 Indian, the greatest identity theft in American history, and how it was designed not just to steal land, but to erase black Indians from existence. To understand the $5 Indian scandal, you need to understand what was at stake. Land. Millions of acres of tribal land in what's now Oklahoma. The Dawes Act of 1887 broke up communal tribal lands and assigned individual allotments to tribal members. If you were on a tribal roll, you got land, sometimes 160 acres or more. Land that was becoming increasingly valuable as white settlers pushed west. The Dawes Commission was created in 1893 to enroll tribal members and distribute land. They set up offices across Indian Territory and began the process of creating official tribal rolls. Thousands of people showed up claiming to be Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, or Seminole. Some were legitimate tribal members. Many were not. The enrollment process was supposed to verify claims through testimony, documentation, and tribal recognition. But the system was corrupt from the start. Dawes Commission agents, the people responsible for verifying tribal membership, accepted bribes. $5, $10, sometimes more. Pay the right amount to the right person, and you'd be enrolled as Native American regardless of your actual ancestry. Census records from before enrollment often listed these people as white. Birth certificates said white. Their families had no documented connection to any tribe. But after paying the bribe, the enrollment card said Cherokee by blood or Creek by blood. How widespread was this? Conservative estimates suggest thousands of fraudulent enrollments. Some researchers put the number much higher, potentially tens of thousands of people enrolled who had little or no legitimate claim to tribal citizenship. The result, enormous amounts of tribal land went to white people who had bought their way onto tribal rolls. Land that should have gone to actual tribal members, including black Indians, was stolen through bureaucratic fraud. An entire industry developed around this fraud. Indian claim attorneys specialized in getting white people enrolled on tribal rolls. They advertised their services. They charged fees. They knew which agents could be bribed and how much it would cost. Newspaper advertisements from the period openly promoted these services. Establish your Indian claim. We can get you enrolled. Expertise in tribal enrollment cases. It was fraud operating in plain sight.
Begin each morning with the Secret Chair Tai Chi program focused on enhancing muscle tone for men over
While white people were buying native identity for $5, here's what was happening to black Indians, people with actual native ancestry. Case Study 1, the Johnson family, Creek Nation. William Johnson. Mother, full-blood Creek. Father, African American. William grew up in the Creek Nation, spoke only Muskogee until age 12, owned land under Creek law, participated in Creek ceremonies, was recognized by his Creek relatives as family. The Dawes enrollment agent's note, appears to be of African descent. Negro features predominant. Recommendation, Freedman Roll. Freedman Roll meant men roll. Smaller land allotment, restricted citizenship rights, no participation in tribal government in some nations. William protested. His Creek relatives testified on his behalf. Didn't matter. The paper said freedmen. That became his legal identity. Case Study 2, the Bass family, Seminole Nation. The Bass family had lived with the Seminoles for 3 generations. They'd fought in the Seminole Wars. They'd made the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma as Seminole citizens. They spoke Afro-Seminole Creole and Muskogee. Genealogical records showed clear Seminole ancestry. Testimony from Seminole neighbors confirmed the family's long history with the tribe. Shouldn't have been a question. Rejected. Reason, Negroid appearance. Enrolled as freedmen, not as Seminole by blood. Pattern after pattern shows the same thing. Black Indians with documented native ancestry, who spoke native languages, who'd lived as tribal members for generations. Rejected based on appearance. Meanwhile, white people with no native connection and $5, accepted. By the time the Dawes Commission finished its work in 1914, the results were stark. Cherokee Nation, approximately 41,000 enrolled by blood, about 4,000 as freedmen. But researchers estimate thousands more with native ancestry were classified as freedmen based on appearance, not actual genealogy. Creek Nation, about 18,000 by blood, about 6,600 freedmen. Historical records show extensive intermarriage, suggesting many freedmen had Creek ancestry that wasn't recognized. Seminole Nation, about 3,000 by blood, about 1,000 freedmen, even though the Seminoles had the most integrated black native communities of any tribe. The land distribution reflected this disparity. By blood, enrollees got better land, more land, and full mineral rights. Freedmen got smaller allotments, often in less desirable locations with restricted rights. And included in those by blood rolls were the $5 Indians. White people who'd paid for enrollment and got land they had no right to claim. A white person with no native ancestry and a $5 bribe got 160 acres of prime tribal land and full citizenship rights. A black person with a native parent who spoke a native language, who'd lived their entire life in a tribe, got 40 acres of poor land and second-class status. That wasn't error. That was design. The enrollment cards show the bias explicitly. Notes on black applicants include too Negro in appearance. Despite claim of Indian blood, features are predominantly African. Speaks native language, but physical characteristics suggest freedmen classification. Meanwhile, applications from white people who spoke no native language, had no documented tribal connection, and were obviously fraudulent. No such scrutinizing notes. Just approval. Some black Indians and their tribal relatives protested. Letters to the Dawes Commission argued that enrollment decisions were based on prejudice, not evidence. Testimony from tribal members confirmed that rejected applicants were recognized as family. Almost all protests were denied. Once the enrollment card said freedmen, that decision was final. The paper became more real than the lived reality of families and communities. The $5 Indian scandal didn't just steal land. It stole identity, heritage, and future. And the consequences are still with us today. First, stolen inheritance. The white people enrolled fraudulently got land that was passed down to their descendants. Today, some people whose great-grandparents bought their way onto tribal rolls still claim native identity based on that fraudulent enrollment. Meanwhile, black Indians whose legitimate claims were rejected lost land that should have been their inheritance, and their descendants can't claim tribal citizenship because the historical record, corrupted by fraud and prejudice, doesn't recognize their ancestors' true identity. Second, the freedmen citizenship battles. Today, several tribes, most notably the Cherokee Nation, have moved to exclude freedmen descendants from citizenship. The argument, freedmen aren't real Indians because they're on the freedmen roll, not the by-blood roll. But those rolls were corrupted from the start. They included white people who paid bribes. They excluded black people with genuine native ancestry. Using those roles as the basis for citizenship today perpetuates the fraud and prejudice of the enrollment process. Third, denied identity. Descendants of black Indians often know their family history. Grandparents told them about their native ancestors. Oral histories preserve the connection. DNA tests sometimes confirm native ancestry, but the official records say freedman or just Negro. And those records, created by a system that accepted bribes from white people while rejecting legitimate black Indian claims, are treated as more authoritative than family memory, photographic evidence, or DNA. Researchers estimate hundreds of thousands of Americans have both African and Native American ancestry. Many don't know it because the historical record was deliberately corrupted. Others know it, but can't prove it because the documentation was destroyed or falsified. Fourth, economic impact across generations. Land is wealth. The people who got land through the doors enrollment, including the $5 Indians, could sell it, develop it, use it as collateral for loans, pass it to their children. The black Indians who were denied land or got inferior allotments started with less. Their descendants inherited less. The wealth gap created by fraudulent enrollment in the early 1900s compounds across generations. Fifth, legal battles continue. Freedmen descendants have filed lawsuits arguing that treaties guaranteeing citizenship should apply to them. The Cherokee Nation expelled freedmen from citizenship in 2007, leading to years of legal battles. These cases are complex because they involve tribal sovereignty, the right of tribes to determine their own citizenship. But they also involve the legacy of a corrupted enrollment process that was never about protecting tribal integrity. It was about excluding black people and including white people who had no legitimate claim. Court decisions have gone both ways, but none have addressed the fundamental injustice that the roles being used to determine citizenship today were corrupted by fraud from the beginning. $5. That's what Native American identity cost. If you were white, if you were black with actual native ancestry.
Imagine the possibilities of sharing your life with a lovely young Asian lady. You could forget about what...
The cost was infinite because it wasn't for sale. You couldn't have it at any price. The $5 Indian scandal was identity theft on a massive scale. Thousands of white people bought their way onto tribal rolls, claiming land and heritage that didn't belong to them. And that same system denied black Indians their legitimate identity and inheritance. The evidence is in the documents, enrollment cards with minimal scrutiny for white applicants, enrollment cards with exhaustive skepticism for black applicants. The pattern is clear and damning. The consequences echo through generations. Land that was stolen, identity that was denied, wealth that never accumulated. Recognition that's still withheld. Today, descendants are digging into the records, finding the fraudulent enrollments of white ancestors who had no native connection, finding the rejected applications of black ancestors who absolutely did, demanding that the historical record reflect the truth, not the prejudice and corruption that created it. This isn't ancient history. This is living memory. There are people alive today whose grandparents were enrolled as $5 Indians. There are people alive today whose grandparents were rejected as black Indians despite legitimate claims. The greatest identity theft in U.S. history wasn't committed by individuals. It was committed by a system that sold identity to people who shouldn't have it and denied it to people who should. And until we acknowledge that truth, the theft continues. If this changed what you thought you knew, subscribe and share. Comment below. Have you discovered fraudulent enrollments or rejected legitimate claims in your family history? Because the more we dig into these records, the clearer the pattern becomes and the harder it is to ignore.
Okay, sister, my brother, before we go further, because I am very incensed by the idiocy in the chat, and I'd like to encourage my good brother Rayful, who joined us, to bring a technological point to the discussion. Now, some might think the video that I shared was AI, and it's possible that it could be AI generated, but the content and the facts are indisputable. Now, people who are going back and forth with their nonsense in the chat, the trolls, etc., talking about us being the culture vultures, which is absolutely insane. The fact of the matter is, they are the degenerate hybrid amalgamation descendants of Mongoloids, whether you might want to call them Asians or Orientals, and Spanish, Portuguese conquistadors. That's the fact. That's not up for dispute. This is not a debate. These are the facts, and they themselves accounted for it, recorded it, have it in journals. So for us to keep going round in circles with numbnuts and idiots, which come troll us because they can't roll up on their white slave masters themselves, that's their problem, not our problem. And again, they have to be put under the microscope. They have to prove they are not of alien origin. And again, my message is simple. There can be only one American, and United States citizens are not. And I yield, my brother, my sister.
Yes, man. You're so right, brother. You're so right. Man, since this is not my channel, there's so much that I want to say that makes who I am. But I have respect for people's channels because you know what I mean. I just can't say whatever I want. But we're at war. I want to say that. You know what I mean? We're at war, and in war, man, everything counts, brother. But it's just so many, man, so many things, man, that has happened to us, man. I was yesterday, I was just going over some things, man, and from Indian Wall Street, in which I call it, Aboriginal Wall Street for Angel, you know. But let me go.
And what's it, as you say that, Black, what's in a name? Now, this knucklehead, I don't want to call him out by name because he's a coward. I've already told him, I don't care who you are as a troll. Hit the link. Come on up here, and I dare you to bring the lies that you are imbued with. But the fact remains, any pale degenerate is the thief. And you doing the same crap that Umar Johnson does to insinuate that the American known as the Negro, being called all these terms and labels, what's in a name, Blackfoot? You got it.
Nah, man, names are, they get us caught up, man. As long as you know who the real deal is, you know what I mean? That's what matters, man. But I was looking for something that I had posted. Go ahead for a minute while I look for this, man.
Well, my sister's about to transition to the automaton, but if you're ready, and Rayful, could you unmute and just mic check for us 1 2? When you ready to chime in to give us some technical expertise, we'd appreciate it, brother.
Well, I'm right now. I'm kind of driving around, but I'm listening a lot, and I do want to see the chat. That should be interesting to see what people are commenting to, and it kind of shows you how far off the mark we are. I mean, we are so far away, allowing us to feed from his hand. We are literally feeding from the hands of the hunter. And when they want to take you out anytime, they just do. But I really want to see the chat. The AI world, the IT world is going to pick up all this information and redistribute it through AI channels that it's going to be based upon what Americans say, and then there'll be channels based upon what other people from around the world says. It's not just going to be an America AI type solution here. This is everybody else is coming on board. One of the big challenges that Black folks are going to face is that, as I described it,
You kind of faded out on us, brother. Maybe because where he's driving. You still with us, Rayful?
it used to be, these things used to be one of these days, one of these days. One of these days now is right around the corner. Anywhere, anytime, anything can happen. And
Now
then you're gonna,
you faded out, Rayful. When you were saying the comment "one of these days," what were you referring to? That's going to happen one of these days.
well, a lot of things that we say that we use in reference to one of these days. Uh, one of these days, this is going to happen. In the '80s, we said one of these days, this and that's going to happen. Well, those days are here now. Those days actually are past here. We just printed up some more money to kind of get the country by for a minute until the world decides it wants to go another leader. It wants to recognize somebody else's money. We see this right now happening. Whether we believe it or not, people like Japan, old loyal allies since Pearl Harbor, uh, they are moving to a more neutral position instead of favoring America. And you already see our ability to produce is diminished a lot because we've given so much away to everybody, but just make sure the Black folks don't be involved. That's one of the key things in America. And so, okay, we are where we are, but be on the lookout because some of our folks are going to go absolutely batshit crazy, and they're going to have to be handled with like crazy people as these things begin to happen. And they're happening now. There are people who are looking for jobs, haven't had a job in a year and a half in this field that they're accustomed to having a job at their finger, at their beckoning call, so to speak. And now they're like, I don't know what to do. You see, they talk about the big layoffs of Black people and all this kind of stuff. And I think the video played earlier, they were talking about the strong Black woman concept. Well, you're gonna find her out there confused and lost too, saying, I thought I was strong, but find out we really need each other in a big sort of way. We were our best helpers in building things, and for a lot of reasons we gave it away.
So clarify another of this kind of confusion that people don't understand about AI and automation turning the workforce upside down as we speak.
When you've got cars that can drive themselves, when you got trucks that can drive themselves, I invested into a company called Aurora. They do self-driving trucks between Dallas and Houston. They've expanded now to 8 routes already. And as they perfect those routes, and this will happen. See, one of the differences is when you make perfection in technology versus people. When you make perfection or you make things better with people, you got to go train them all. And that may take 3 or 4 months. But with technology, it's an overnight update. Everybody got the new message. Everybody is acting on the new accord. And so there's a lot of things that are coming, but they're actually, even though now that you see these flaws that the news points out, they said that these technologies and some of these self-driving vehicles actually do better than humans do in terms of the number of errors that are being made. So it's coming to those truck drivers, the truck driving industry. It's coming to the the Uber drivers and stuff like that in big ways. That's why they want so much money and they're driving the data centers so that they continue. And people are now starting to bring this stuff in house now to help improve automation access and things like that. And in big ways, I talked to a guy he's got his own AI server in his house. So yeah, we're going to be largely over here. They got us over here looking for some handouts, but other folks are out here building and making this stuff a part of their lives so that they become experts and stuff like that. So
And
it's
the
real,
robotics are
and it's
the
been hard.
robotics and the automation taking away factory jobs, assembly
Absolutely.
lines, these
Yep. Absolutely.
kiosks in McDonald's, etc. I mean,
Remember, remember the auto attendant? We kind of talk about that so much, but the auto attendant not only was replaced as a person, but they made more money because they worked late in the night, they worked all weekend, they worked all the time. So now they collect money all the time, whether somebody is there or not now. And that's one of many examples where they've already automated their way out of that before AI, and now it's coming in big ways because it's a hell of an assistant to me, even as I go about my daily life of solving technology problems. It's a hell of an assistant. I don't have to have no black talk, and it's there all the time. And there are errors, but we know the difference between right and wrong, and we check it out. But
it,
it's a tremendous help.
brother, I was just going to ask you: is code black or white, or right or wrong, exact or inaccurate? What is code?
Uh, well, it can be right or wrong. It's not exact. That kind of makes a problem and an opportunity. So it's not exact because you can give one solution one way, and 10 minutes later it'll give you a whole other solution. Both work. Both can produce the exact same results, but they be two different looking and different behaving kind of processes, and they both get the job done. But we didn't get. You hear me talk all the time, but we didn't get involved much in coding, and I don't like laying. White folks ain't that damn smart. Our community has migrated over from black people to white people too, mentally. And so when we had those technology opportunities back in the 90s, we gave them to white people. What did we gatekeep black folks out of technology a lot too? We could have made tremendous amount of progress in those areas where we could have made some progress and been a part of this thing. We are there, but we're largely out. I'm one of the few technology engineers in my space, but I'm surrounded by probably I'd say 13 Indians from India and about 3 Indians from India that are in America. And I'm the only black guy with one black QA female that works amongst the group. So
So,
yeah, it's
so
coming.
if we are already behind the eight ball, pun intended, are displaced without purpose, and for the entire 21st century, on average, China and India, which is Manchuria and Hindustan, sent over 100,000 students to the universities and systems that we pay for with our tax money, right?
Yep.
So that means between 2 and 2.5 million of these individuals paid for by us are now in direct competition, and we are doing next to nothing. Am I missing something there, brother? But
No,
I
you
just
you
want to say
got it.
we're in very low numbers. We are in the engineering level, especially. We're in very low numbers. We tend to be project managers, which they've proven. One day they came in and got rid of about a half of the project management types. We're in project management and testing. We're not in the engineering and the creation and stuff like that. It's not hardly there, and we could have been. We could have been a lot more there than what we are. That's for sure. I do find it interesting that something special about the Black American that is kind of more native to America versus those that come from other countries, because for some reason they get to be more included than those here natively. So when they have events here in Houston and stuff like that, I find more of the people coming here from other places that are black than I do like black folks from Houston or from the United States even.
Well, Angel, if you're ready to mix it up, I just wanted him to give, especially for those that are trolling in the chat, that are like dogs chasing their tail, want to argue over what's the latest label and whether we are stealing from others, which I find absolutely ridiculous. We are not taking anything from anyone. We are the ones being fed off of. And even when you want to talk about the technology itself, could you maybe in parting, Rayful, we know about hidden figures and what's right here on our doorstep called NASA, okay, NASA. But aren't we integral in how much it's become technology, including cell phones, the internet itself? You know,
I would say from in the core invention, just like the traffic light. Uh, we were at one point those inventor types because we had the creativity. You go all the way back, talk about the cotton gin and stuff like that. So we created, we didn't monetize very well those for a
and
lot
the
of reasons. We
patent
know the reason.
office is the extreme criminal enterprise,
Yep.
correct, sir?
Yep. Right. But I made a lot of money in software managing traffic, the traffic light, working in those spaces. There are whole companies out there making a bunch of money running traffic lights, or the software that runs in that industry and stuff like that. So yeah, we have a core position because these formulas that are used come from somebody created the formula. All we do is program the formula into the system or make a derivative formula from that and program it. And that's what the system is running. It's not running some magic code that works. It's running formulas that people from Hidden Figures put
Rayful,
together.
and maybe you go back and look into NVIDIA mentioned a gentleman that was key
Yeah.
to the
Yes.
fundamentals of AI. If you could pull that up and circle back with us, if you can, I just can't
Yeah.
think of
Yeah.
his name right now
I
because
saw that
it's the
about 2
latest
weeks ago.
iteration of the NVIDIA chip they honored by naming
Yeah.
it after him. But
Yep.
sis, you got it if you're ready to cook on some more. Thank you,
Thank you.
Rayful.
Thank you. I would like to ask Brother Rayful a question, if I may. Brother
Sure.
Rayful, thank you. So, what is meant by the term indigenous technology?
I don't know. This is my first time hearing that, unless maybe no, I can't imagine what it would mean. I'd have to do an AI search to see what that actually meant, and it'll give
Okay.
me a couple of different iterations of it.
Okay. I've heard that term in reference to the technology that they're using in Iran to build all of their systems up, especially their military systems, that they use indigenous technology. And I just wondered
It
what
could
that meant.
be that the technology stack that they're using is based upon things that they've created. Like China is right now in the process of building their processors up, so they don't need necessarily NVIDIA stuff. Although NVIDIA comes from Thailand, what is it, Taiwan? From Taiwan, and there's a conflict between the United States and China over Taiwan and who's what. That's why they're trying to build chip plants here. But the bottom line is China is working hard to get away from relying on AMD and NVIDIA for their chips and stuff. They've actually
Mm-hmm.
created their own operating systems that are native to China. They've got their own GPS systems out there, satellites, so they wouldn't depend on America. Uh, and so there's a lot of things out there that countries are wanting to do that are, Linux, the operating system, was not American created. It was created by a guy named Linus Torvalds. It's from somewhere, it's like Sweden or somewhere.
Oh,
And that's
really?
what's running all the Androids. That is not a core American operating system that runs all your Android phones, all of your
Mm-hmm.
Linux operating systems. That's not American. It's not indigenous to America at all. People don't know. The white folks here aren't the smartest on the planet. That's for sure. But yeah, it's not. They are getting away from the Office suite, Microsoft. There were other suites around before, but they're creating their own native operating systems and chips and stuff. They just don't perform as well yet. But give it time, give it another 2 years, 3 years, and we're gonna find that America, like I say, we waiting on that elephant, and the elephant's gonna land on top of us.
And we will
Many of
be
us.
the tail wagging the dog. Now, it's
Uh,
interesting you use the term native. At the point of singularity and self awareness for AI, robotics, and automation, aren't they going to create their next generation of chips at some point? And how close are we on the microscopic level with nanotechnology?
they are creating their own in many ways right now. Like I said, they just don't perform as well, and AI is a performance hog in terms of resources. But they are creating their own. They are creating their own memory chips. They're creating a lot of their own chips and stuff now. They just, just imagine how long Intel's been in this business making CPUs. Intel's already been one up by AMD. NVIDIA's already doing a different kind of processor that lends itself to AI. They created that. They have their own AI type of engine, that doing these things in China. They are not. They are positioning themselves to totally not be dependent upon upon America. So because America goes and puts sanctions on stuff and do all these other things. Folks, this isn't one day though. But this stuff is already in place. It's in progress. Their chips aren't as good, but their chips are good. They do work. They do process data right now. They just don't perform as well. They don't hit as many instructions a second as the NVIDIA products and stuff do. But a lot of the people here, just imagine who runs Microsoft. It's a guy from India. Imagine all the people in this country that are natively from those other countries. So these aren't all white folks and black folks doing this stuff that are native to America. These folks come from China. They come from India, So all they're doing is bringing,
Well, again,
especially,
as I said, for the entire 21st century, 2.5 million Chinese and Indians have become these engineers, mechanical, electrical, computer
yeah,
engineers, and they used to stay. And since
yeah,
COVID, 90% of them are returning home. Angel, they're taking their supervisors, their professors, and their contacts in corporate America, where they've got embedded in Silicon Valley. They're taking them back to India and China. But go ahead, brother Cook.
well, and they are. That's what Ireland did. They create these tax incentives and stuff like that to open businesses there. And so they are taking their people back and they're giving them, jobs and growth opportunities and access. This thing America is doing, I think 9/11 was one of the earlier points where there was a lot of immigration issues that came up. And these people said, well, I'm going back home. And they did. And even now, those people are leaving and going back over there. And this is not an anti-American statement. It's a fact that more people are staying in those countries and helping them improve their manufacturing processes, improve their software engineering, and their chips, their technology chips, and so forth. It's happening. That's one of the reasons why the United States is trying to bring chip manufacturing here, so that you don't be so dependent on the country. You can't even put CPUs in your airplanes and stuff. And that has happened and reduced. Look, remember COVID and we couldn't get masks? We had to wait on the Chinese to send us masks and stuff. Remember also the milk shortage, where they claimed that there was a shortage of milk, baby formula. We had to go to Europe to bring baby formula back over here. This is where we really are. I seem like we just seem to forget that and think these people got us covered, man. I followed them. I've seen us have that attitude in history. But do it at your own peril, because other folks are on the move and they are gaining ground. They have the. Did I say earlier? I think I did say earlier. If you took black people out of technology in the United States, you wouldn't notice. But in 3 days or so, if you took the Indians out, this country would come to a standstill, like the Strait of Hormuz, because they've got. I work with them. They've got the knowledge base. I go to 20, 28-year-old Indians and have questions and conversations about what this or that technology is doing. So
you know, there's There's a big difference. And this is what we got to get back to. We got to go back and claim who we are, because, a lot of times, a lot of people, they intermix, American and the United States together like it's the same thing. And they are two totally different entities, man. And another thing where it says, it's in the Declaration of Independence, where it says, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it's the right of the people to annihilate, get rid of that government, man. It's time, man. It's time for that, brother. Because when you just think about something that happened in our past, say like Black Wall Street, or Black Wall Street. You can go to Berkeley County, the eminent domain in the 1960s, where they built, these are prominent neighborhoods, man. All us, Aboriginal and indigenous people, man, all throughout in LA. They built a highway, man, just ruined that whole place. You can go to Oscarville, Georgia, with Lake Lanier in 1912, where you see what they did to that. They just buried a whole town up underwater, man. And then the massacre, what happened with Rosewood, the Rosewood Massacre of 1923, the Atlanta Massacre of 1906, the Seneca Village in New York City, where Central Park, that wasn't there. That was a neighborhood, man, a thriving neighborhood. So whatever we do and whatever we accomplish, man, basically they just saying that we can get rid of it. That time has to be up, man. That's why I don't worry about the little name calling, because this is what they do to us, man. That got to be stopped. And as soon as when we know who we are and we take action, all this stuff got to stop. Because can't nobody whip us for real. I don't even see, how we got in this position. We got in this position, man, because it wasn't just the opposition that was doing to us. We had rogue people amongst us, man, helping, aiding, and abetting getting us into these positions, man. And it's a plethora of other things, atrocities that has happened to us, man.
Well, brother, the mindset of the trolls that we have in the chat right now and every day with all of this TikTok nonsense that's going on and the death grip on blackness that has to be squashed. Now, my sister may have been addressing indigenous today. I gather the next conversation will deal with the word genocide, because that has one definition, just like a tauntaun on the screen.
Right.
It is from the soil, period. But I don't care what all this mixed mastering and DNA testing and other BS they like to embrace from white academics, white scholarship, white science, pseudo, okay? The theory of evolution is defined as pseudoscience. And you have pseudo idiots believing this stuff. But you got it, sis. Cook.
You're going to always have trolls, brother. You're going to have Umar Johnsons. You're going to have Tariq Nasheed. You know why? Because they're getting paid, bro. They're getting paid. Tariq Nasheed, he did a thing down here in D.C. On reparations. There's a big rally. And when we look throughout the crowd, it was all melanated people, man, big crowd. And we seen like 8 Yahudis, man, walking through the crowds. so-called Jews, man. So-called.
Like they were running the place.
They were running it.
Okay.
And they the ones who produced Hidden Colors too. So he worked for them. Let's get that clear.
Wow.
Okay, he worked for them, man. They produced Hidden Colors, and they were there at that rally, and they sponsored that rally. But he was the face of it. So until we get this stuff in check right there, man.
Now remember, their reparations came from the government. It came from the German government. But they gonna tell you, nigga, your reparations come from being a slave. A slave don't own him or herself. A slave can't sue. Property cannot sue an owner. Reparations is wartime remedy. The Japanese American on our soil was paid for businesses and homes that they lost from government policy during World War II. But let me not be triggered, man. You got it, sis.
Well, the United States are nothing but foreigners. That's all they are. They are not the Aboriginal people. Anybody other than the American is a foreigner in our land.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Point blank, period.
You got it, Angel.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Alabama. Thank you, Brother Raphael. So as everyone can see, we have up here the term autochthon. And who is an autochthon? Because autochthon is a noun, and nouns are words that name a person, place, or thing. So autochthon is one who sprung from the soil, sprung from the land, from the soil, the earth, the soil, point blank, period. And this, I resonate so much with this image. This image is of an elder from 1920. And because she looked like she could be any of our grandmamas or great grandmamas. And she's wearing a feathered cape that she obviously made. So, we're talking indigenous technology. This is what I define as
That's indigenous technology. The bow and
Everything that
arrows.
we did
Yes, by hand.
by
from the
hand
soil.
is indigenous technology that we created here.
Now,
in
you
America.
notice that reference, it says Mattaponi or Mattaponi, whichever way you want to pronounce, tomato,
Right,
tomato. You
Mattaponi.
familiar? You familiar with the
Mattaponi
controversy with
Pamunkey.
Victor Blackwell of CNN when they
No.
unearthed his history? Oh, you need to go pull that video up sometime about the
Oh, wait, I
South
think I did
Carolina
see
African
that.
American
Yes.
Museum. But go ahead,
Yes.
sis, cook.
I did see that. So I wanted to share this definition from 1640. This next slide, let's move on. This is historical images, basically of the matriarchy here in America. We have right here, this is a very, very well-known image from 1590, right here in the lower left corner. Over here in the right corner, we have an image from 1753. Up here in the middle, on the top, look at this sister and the babies. 1505. That's how far back this image goes. And then here on the right, on the top in the corner, we have a Congressional Medal of Honor. And if you can look, you can see that's an Aborigine because we see the feathers. And they obviously, one of these governmental servants must have been doing what they're supposed to do, not like the ones that are perpetrating a fraud right now.
You mean in service to the American?
In service to the American, like they're supposed to be doing. Okay? So I just wanted to share this image. I pulled this up on the break to bring it
Now you
back. And
didn't
this
bring up the
one,
one that was this was there was a global presence of the Americas showing her that the one to the left at the bottom showing the alligator. But there was the Horn of Plenty. Remember when we did that bill years ago with Clan Mother Cheryl? There was a very infamous mural that showed the Americas, depicted as the one there on the bottom left, astride an alligator with a cornucopia. And what does that signify? The land of milk and honey? But go ahead, sis.
And lastly, this image here on the top left is from 1778. And you can see the sister here. You know, it says America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. So these are historical images that represent us in our
And why
the
did they depict
matriarchy in her
Asia
sovereignty.
and that being pale? You see how they shoehorn themselves in as if there weren't melanated people in Europe and Asia. But go ahead, sis.
Right. But yeah, you know, but at least they got us right. So let me move on to this next image here. It is also some historical significance to this image. This is a slide that shows different artifacts that were unearthed.
Oh, before you left that slide, I wanted you to elaborate on Amawaka because you had it on the previous slide.
Amawaka,
Go ahead.
Amawaka, Amawaka. That is our indigenous name for this land. And America is the European transliteration of Amawaka. And I learned this term from research that I did for my undergraduate thesis. And we could get into that in another build. But Amawaka, America. And some say Amawaka with a R instead of a W. But in our indigenous Yama language, we have a W sound, not an R sound.
Alabama.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Man, you remember that opening scene of the American God season 1?
Did you know that Cuddy got struck when I introduced it to him? The first time I came, no, I'm not joking, man. I gassed him up, and Bap too, showing those arrows rain down on these
We
goddamn
need
Norse
that. You need
Vikings.
to open up the show with
Go
that.
ahead, then. Go ahead, goddamn.
Yeah, that's
We
what I'm talking
need
about.
that. Who has
Man,
that clip? Because that's real talk.
we can get it. Yeah.
That's real talk.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I have my bow. I have a bow. And I know how to shoot. So that's real talk. We was raining down arrows. Definitely.
Well, I had to
But that
upgraded
build
it.
we got, I mean, from the moment we ended the build, it was struck by you two. But y'all cooking, go ahead.
No, we the people of the forest. You know how they want to use the term savage. But what does the term savage mean? It means people of the forest. When they was calling us savages, oh, those savages, those people of the people of the forest. That's who we are. Yes.
Right.
So this slide here, as we can see, is dating back artifacts to Cahokia, what they call Cahokia Mound archaeological site.
Now, the indigenous
East
mound
St. Louis.
builders goes from the Canadian border down to, have you ever seen Chief Warhorse? And I think we talked about this before. There is a mountainside in Bolivia, one of them Olmec heads, 100% made out of brick. The same bricks on the streets of New Orleans. So these indigenous mound builders of the clay, of the soil, cook, sis, cook.
Yes, absolutely. Aborigines of America are the indigenous Negro Negroid phenotypic people. And when I use the term extant, extant literally means still existing. Extant Aboriginal Americans. Now look at the features. Our ancestors were carving themselves. Look at these lips. Look at that nose. Look at that profile. Okay. We still look the same today. And you know, I don't like using this term, but I can't help but say it. Somebody need to stop lying. And they need to stop obstructing the truth. Now, these are just the artifacts that are made known, made mainstream. We can't even fathom what they have still hidden that they didn't found in all the mounds they've been excavating, or I should say desecrating across our ancestral land. They have found so much, but we know for a fact these are our ancestors because we look just like them, just like them. So I'm gonna get back to some of the content. This slide right here is a couple of paragraphs from the book, from my book, Who Are You Calling Black? And it says, a petition went before the General Assembly of Virginia in 1825 to clarify status for John Dungy as one born free and, quote unquote, descended from the Aborigines of this dominion. He had been identified on the county tax rolls under different categories. In 1782, 1783, and 1810, John Dungy was recorded as white. This correlates to the previously referenced statement by 2020 Census Bureau Chief Historian S.T. Lacey. She clarified that Indians who paid taxes and worked in a town were counted as free white people in the 1790 census survey. And the reason I say that right here is because, like I said, this is from a page in the book. So when you read the book, you will also read the other references that this Census Bureau chief historian made. Okay, the next paragraph says, subsequently, the Dungees were identified as mulatto in 1813, then free person of color in 1825, 1830, and 1840. Furthermore, in 1850, all the Dungees were classified
All
as
these
either M, mulatto, or
are
B,
duplicated.
black.
Almost. Right? Because there's smoke paprika and paprika. I know that. I know. They're not all the same. I know. That's why I don't mix them together.
I didn't.
Okay, so let me just repeat. Furthermore, in 1850, all the Dungees were classified as either M, mulatto, or B, black, even though all were living on or near the Mattapony or Pamunkey Indian reservations. Government misidentification of the Dungee lineage spans a timeline of nearly 70 years. This exemplifies how United States government administrative policy and practices
Are they no good?
Relegated various presumptions that misidentified Aborigines during the era of antebellum slavery. This particular example of the Dungees is indicative of Aborigines being misidentified in government records by skin color without their free, prior, and informed consent. And that's from page 125 in the book. So this next, moving on to the next, if I may, I'm trying to click. Here we go. All right. Some more from the book. Leading archaeogenetic research attribute persons of Mongoloid descent from Northern Asia to be the first Americans. Okay, that's what they say. The leading archaeogenetic research say Mongoloids are the first Americans.
What is that?
Oh, despite the 157 despite the body of empirical evidence verifying Paleo-American skeletons share craniofacial affinities distinctly non-Mongoloid.
Okay,
Okay,
this is a
so
convoluted statement. They want to keep suggesting the land bridge. So that
right,
nonsense, go back and beginning, because I wanted you to go back to that other one and talk about the Dungees again, but I want to let you finish with the part that you're saying. They're claiming descent from Northern Asia to be the first Americans. This is an oxymoronic statement. They're the first immigrants. Go ahead, sis.
okay. So here's the quote. The oldest skeletal remains from America greater than 9,000 years ago, the Paleo-Americans, consistently failed to group morphometrically, morphometrically with modern Native Americans, Siberians, and other Northeast Asians.
Pause for a moment. Pause
Paleo-Americans,
for a moment there. Because, see, this is what they're doing in their diabolical nature. In collusion with the federal government, when remains are unearthed and handed over to them, they immediately bury them. So they don't have fully scientific research in the manner of which you just described. Go ahead, sis, but I just want to
but
underscore that fact because that's going on right now. They're being
yes, I
authenticated
agree.
and authorized as being in charge of the remains of quote unquote first Americans. But go ahead, sis.
Yes, I agree. However, this scientific research is saying something different. And what this researcher is saying that the oldest skeletal remains do not group with Native American Siberians and Northeast Asians. That's what he's saying. He's saying that Paleo Americans exhibit longer, narrower crania and smaller, shorter, more projecting faces than later Native Americans. In nearly all cases, they are morphologically most similar to modern peoples of Africa, Australia, and the Southern Pacific Rim. And I put in parentheses, all Negroid phenotype.
Because
And
there's
this
another
is coming,
suggestion being made there that this out of Africa narrative. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to that other slide with the
this is not
Dungeons.
suggesting out of
No, I
Africa.
know. I'm telling you that's what they're doing, sis. I'm not
No,
saying you're
no,
doing
not
that.
I read this whole I read this whole study. I read this whole study, this whole research paper. And what this
I'm not
scientist was
disputing
saying,
what their findings are, Angel. What I'm saying, people take from that idiots like Pan Africans and Umar Johnson and Rashidi, Dr. Smalls, even those ancients that are now our ancestors, the Shaka Musa Barashango, Doc Ben, John Henry Clark, they still push that narrative of anything Negroid is of African, out of Africa as an origin.
yeah,
You
but
feel
that's
me?
not what this is saying.
I
And
know
that's
they're
not
saying
what
similar. They
the
say right
previous,
there they're similar to modern peoples of Africa, Australia, and the Southern Pacific Rim.
yeah, because
But
those
other
are all
people,
Negroid phenotypic people.
I got you, sis. But the point I'm stressing and will continue to stress, they suggest we are here from African origins
That
because
is
we are
not what
Negroid.
this researcher said.
Okay.
That is not what this, I read his whole study, and that's not what this researcher said. Now, if you want to cite a researcher that's saying that, okay. But this one right here, he's saying that the ancient Americans, the Paleo Americans, are not Mongoloid phenotype. That's what he's saying. He's saying they consistently fail to group morphologically, meaning there's the skeletal remains, the measurements of the skeleton of the crania. It does not measure to what is
The
generally
Mongoloid, yes, the
Siberian or
so-called,
Asian.
which is their narrative. But I want you to go back to that screen with the Dungies, because there was a point that I wanted to build on you before you go further. You
Okay,
can
but I
continue.
just want to be clear that
I'm not
Dr.
disputing none of
Chatters,
what you. I'm
Dr.
not
Chatters
disputing
is
none of
not
what you're
saying
saying.
that.
I'm not
He was saying
disputing.
that no, these are some Negroes over here
I got you,
that
sis. I'm not disputing that.
are distinct.
I'm
Okay,
saying to you, people stuck with black mentality, and we already know in the census it says the black races of Africa. So back to and that's why I wanted to go back to what you had shared with the Dungy. Notice what they were designated white, right?
right.
And then later mulatto and other variations of the continuous labeling and characterization, the categorizing, the classifying the American as what? Any and all these different so-called labels. But it is still the same people. And the only reason white was put on them in 1790 is because they were creating the United States citizen. And what is the definition of a United States citizen? Free white person.
But
So it
also
doesn't matter
remember,
what your ethnicity, your skin pigmentation. If you pay I'm only going by what you just have there reported there. It said because they pay taxes and
right,
worked in town. But go ahead, sis.
right,
You got cooked. You cooking with
exactly.
Pam.
That's all I was going to say is remember the chief historian said that because they paid taxes and they worked and they were designated as Indians, then they were counted as free white persons. That's what she said. So, yeah, I'm glad you had me back up to that because I miss this one. I missed this slide. Since the 1800s, policies and practices of racializing Aborigines under mandatory government identity designations have normalized indigenous erasure against them. This status quo persists throughout every level of the United States administrative government system today. Another pertinent historical account of indigenous erasure is from 1797. It documents a habeas corpus filed at the New Jersey Supreme Court for said Indian woman named Rose. During that time, so-called Indians were legally held as slaves in the state of New Jersey, and no discrimination is made between Negroes and Indians in the statutes. So Rose's lawyer countered the statute in his argument. And this is just a small quote of what he said. But no views of policy authorize the slavery of Aborigines of this country. It is impossible to render them slaves under our laws, and the proof of being an Indian is equivalent to proof of freedom. So unfortunately, Rose did not win this case for her and her mother. The judge sided with the master. They didn't call him a slave owner, they called him her master. And she was ordered or mandated to go back into enslavement. She didn't win this case. But there were other cases that were argued, well, we're not Indians, we're Aborigines. And they did win based on that because there was no policy written down that stated Aborigines can be enslaved. They had specific policies, they had statutes during the colonial period, and they continued on with policy after the colonial period of enslaving quote unquote Indians. So we went over that slide. This next one, I have just a couple of more. Oh, wait, this is the last one. Here we go. This is a quote. This is a quote because we're building on indigenous. Who is indigenous? What is indigenous? And this is an excerpt from the Office of Tribal Justice, okay, the BIA. And this quote states, as a general principle, an Indian is a person who is of some degree Indian blood and is recognized as an Indian by a tribe and or the United States. No single federal or tribal criterion establish a person's identity as an Indian. Government agencies use differing criteria to determine eligibility for programs and services. Tribes also have varying eligibility criteria for membership. It is important to distinguish between the ethnological term Indian and the political/legal term Indian. The protections and services provided by the United States for tribal members flow not from an individual status as an American Indian in an ethnological sense, but because the person is a member of a tribe recognized by the United States and with which the United States has a special trust relationship. And this, as you can see, is quoted from 2023.
And we're going to have to beat down what that trust relationship is as the public lands, the domain, ceded land, but that's for another conversation. Did you have something else? Because I have one last video for us to consider along the lines of where you've been headed and for this nonsense back and forth that none of your business is having to beat down a pretendian from Puerto Rico.
Well, I just want to state that right here, it's clearly showing what the current policy, policy on the term Indian is. And this term Indian is not looked at from an ethnological point of view or perspective. It's looked at from a
which
political
is bloodline,
term.
genealogy, and family ties.
Right.
Just so people don't understand what ethnological means. For the
Yes.
slow ones in the back and on the short bus. Now, no
Indian,
single federal or tribal criterion established a person's identity as an Indian. The government can't tell you shit, fool. Damn, I get so sick and tired of these idiots trolling.
but that's what they're rolling with. That's what they're going with.
Okay,
and
so you want to
Indian is
hear
the political
from
status.
those self-indigenization idiots that we was trolling Thursday? This is the
Oh,
last video I'm telling you. I'm finna gas
okay.
them up now. I'm gassing them up, sis.
Okay.
Blackfoot, you got something to put on before I drop the ballistics? Okay, well, no further ado.
Nah, go ahead and do your thing, brother.
Now listen to the pretendian, Puerto Rico.
USA was not the first democracy in North America. It's us. I mean, the Mohawks and 4 other tribes that created the Great Law of Peace. This democracy was formed by the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca. We called ourselves the Haudenosaunee, which translates to the people of the Longhouse. But of course, the French would call us the Iroquois Confederacy. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy still exists today with the inclusion of more tribes. But our impact is nearly missing from history books. Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, even Frederick Engels and Karl Marx were influenced by the structure of government. I mean, the Great Law of Peace outlines a federal government, which has authority over the member tribes, a legislature, executive branch, veto power, and freedoms of speech, press, and religion. So if the USA took our blueprint of democracy and our theory on interstate peacemaking, then how the heck did we end up on reservations? This is a People's History of Native America with me, Tyler Clare. Before we answer the reservation question, we need to backtrack to the US Constitution. Why? Because treaties, that's why. I'll explain. Indian appears 3 times in the Constitution. The first is to imply that Indians are not citizens, then again later in the 14th Amendment. But the third mention is to declare that Congress has the power to regulate commerce with Indian tribes. thereby acknowledging the sovereignty Indians have to govern themselves. But what does this mean? Well, it's interpreted by many to mean that Indian tribes are sovereign nations. Therefore, only through treaties can the United States negotiate with tribes. That negotiation requires approval by Congress, but any such agreement can be questioned, and in that case, goes to the Supreme Court.
Texas homeowners, if you could get backup batteries for your home from your power company at no extra cost.
Confused? Well, join the club. But here's what you need to know. The federal government negotiated treaties with many Indian nations, at least up until 1871. But the Supreme Court's historical rulings with regard to treaties, the Constitution, and Indian law have determined two main things. One, Congress has fairly broad power over Indian nations. And two, the judicial branch also has power to push back on bad policies. Also, you probably noticed I use the term Indian. That's because Indian is a legal term for us, just as Indian country is a legal term for all of our land, but that excludes Alaska Native land. We're the only racial group that's also a political entity. The United States has had a nation-to-nation relationship with tribes for nearly 250 years, and during that time has acquired 1.5 billion acres of our land. Tribal nations are both confined to reservations on Indian country and legally dependent on the federal government. Various treaties outline an exchange of land for the promise of rights, as well as health, education, and social welfare in perpetuity. What happened? Were those treaties the worst deals of all time? Well, no. So why aren't these treaties honored? Treaties, despite being legally valid, had many issues when they were written. Primarily is that many treaties came after or under the threat of war. Because, to be clear, tribes do not let white people in willingly. We have records of wars and battles starting in the 1600s going all the way until 1923. Let's take some time to scroll on screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Then came the translation. Translators, let alone accurate translators, were few and far between. What was meant and what was written were sometimes two separate things that were settled in court or on the battlefield. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of these treaties could be interpreted like this. If Indians signed a treaty, they can hunt, fish, and live as they want, but on an area reserved for them, or a reservation. In exchange, they would give up their current land base, ensuring the federal government would continue to take care of them since America capitalized off our resources. From 1778 to 1871, the federal government ratified over 370 treaties with tribal nations, and it's safe to say all have been broken. Now, let's take a look at today's reservations and some of the current statistics around reservations. You often see low income, high rates of incarceration, low access to clean drinking water, not to mention the actual location. Far away from major public infrastructure or even cities. These are not the statistics of people who are taken care of. Indians signed those treaties in part to ensure the futures of their descendants. Since then, we've been fighting and litigating our way to get America to uphold these treaty promises and respect our cultures and lifeways. The first set of cases that validated our treaty promises is referred to as the Marshall Trilogy. Out of these cases came the doctrine of federal trust responsibility, meaning that since tribes have inherent sovereignty over their lands and governance, and if the federal government takes their land by treaty or otherwise, they must be compensated with essential services to Indian people as well as protection of Indian land and resources. This makes tribes domestic, dependent nations. Makes sense, right? Well, not to the other branches of government. The executive branch's War Department established the Office of Indian Affairs to install the policies of the Manifest Destiny. Manifest Destiny is the idea that European Americans were ordained to settle the entire continent, which paved a way for Congress to adopt other Indian removal practices. For example, the 1830 Indian Removal Act, which allowed the president to set aside land west of the Mississippi for the tribes living in the South to what's now known as Indian Territory. So these new rules led to the Trail of Tears, a genocidal death march that forced 60,000 tribal members off their land in the South and moved to modern-day Oklahoma. To help us understand, we'll bring in Jessica Imitachi, an Oklahoma-based Chickasaw tribal member. Her great-grandfather, M.V. Cheadle, was born in Indian Territory and served on the tribe's last original legislature from 1905 until statehood in 1907. Hi, Jessica.
Yak, okay. Thank you for having me today.
Can you help me and the viewers understand these treaties?
We've got this promise into perpetuity that our people will be taken care of, not just for 7 generations, but for forever. And that includes education, that includes healthcare, that includes housing, that includes everything that it takes to make a person a healthy person. So then it becomes a question of, but how do we still hold the federal government to their word?
After the Indian Removal Act, Congress passed the Indian Appropriations Act. There were 4 versions of this act, all basically codifying the reservation system. In order for many tribal members to get their slice of land, they had to adopt a surname, LeClaire, more on that in a later episode, and were given a blood quantum or a native purity test. However, when non-natives purchased allotted land from Indians, they did not have to abide by tribal rules, nor were they subject to tribal courts. If you remember from our first episode, this was quite a problem for tribes to keep their citizens safe.
This records conversations better than taking notes ever could. This is Pocket, an AI note taker that records conversations.
A lot of information. And you might be thinking reservations are really bad, but we haven't explained why reservations are important to Native Americans. To help us answer, let's bring back Jessica.
I think if you ask a Native person what their reservation is or means to them, I think that you'll hear many different answers. It's ceremony, it's community, it's beauty and love, and sometimes it's trauma and pain. You know, it's all of these things. And I think that is what makes reservation life so amazing. You know, it's the tapestry of who we are.
So based on your work, how can Native Americans hold truth to power?
I think about the census and voting as almost having a marriage. You're counted, you're recognized, you're seen, you have a voice. So it is about power, it is about representation, power and governance, but it's also about money. It's what determines federal funding. Now we have the power to elect leaders that do believe in honoring treaties, that do say, yes, we're going to sit down and we're going to meet with you face to face and we're going to talk about what your needs are. We know as American Indian people, we can carry these things like health, education, housing, all these things out best for ourselves and for our people, but it's the federal government's responsibility and duty to provide the funding to do that. And so, you know, that's part of what honoring that treaty means.
So when we think about some of the issues with the design of reservations, isolation, low funding, and a much understood distrust of, well, any governments, access to voting and the census is incredibly challenging. The states control rules of voting, but reservations are technically under federal jurisdiction and often depend on federal, not state resources. So voting drop boxes are few and far between in Indian country, sometimes hundreds of miles away. Voting places are the same, often requiring a full day off work, a car, or sometimes horseback to vote. So despite not being able to legally vote until 1924, or even 1958 in states like Utah, Indian country has very strong political organization, not only in the polls, but in the courts too. What would happen if the state and federal governments abided by these treaties as the supreme law of the land as cited in the Constitution? What would that look like? Fences preventing interstate migration of elk, deer, bison, and other barriers to hunting would be removed. Reservation schools, hospitals, and infrastructure would look way better than they do right now. Take the Indian Health Services. A federal report found that an estimated $51 billion is needed to provide adequate care to all patients. And before you get sticker shock, the US budget pays nearly 10 times that amount in interest on loans. But our treaties do not mention deficit spending. They promise tribes health care, education, sovereignty, hunting, fishing, and culture for as long as the water flows and the grass grows. Thank you for watching.
Okay, sis, you know, y'all want to comment on that? Enough said, but I think that I'm going to try to wrap this into what we did with the last build. You know, sis, on far as
major
what's
funding
going
for
on
ingenuity was provided by the Corporation for
with
Public
this self-indigenization.
Go ahead, bro. Break it
No,
down.
if you want to comment before we move on to the video that you asked me to play.
Oh, I just rather move on because I don't
Okay,
want to
well, we'll play.
badmouth. I do not want to badmouth these so-called natives, but I do condemn them for being so dismissive of us Aborigines and being complicit in our genocide, because they cannot deny the fact that the Proto-Negroid is the Aborigine of this land. They cannot deny that. And there's too much scientific research. There's empirical evidence that they cannot deny. As much as they try to spin it, they can spin it as much as they want to. Go ahead and wear yourselves out, because at the end of the day, us Aborigines are the indigenous people of this land, and it cannot be denied. And excuse my passion, excuse me.
Can I say
before,
one?
I want you to respond, Black. But before I play this, it seems the title of this, I gather this goes into the great law of peace, Angel. But for the people that keep asking, specifically one knucklehead in the chat, about whether or not we are percents, just like you saw in that video about the blood quantum, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16.
But
But go ahead, Blackfoot. Go ahead,
let me
Blackfoot.
respond to him. This is a book by Benjamin Franklin. It's called The Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind. This was written in 1755, in which he says that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. See, all Africa is tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so tawny, and in Europe, the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, and the Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons are only accepted, who with the English make their principal body of white people on the face of the earth. They ain't say nothing about these Mongoloid, Siberian people, man. We were the Aboriginal people to these lands, man. And it's documented everywhere.
It is. And again, remember, it's documented by others, not by us.
It's documented
We're
by
not the
others.
scholars that's going around researching, digging up bones, and compiling all this information. But the interesting thing is they feel the need to disparage us, while the evidence points to us. But go ahead, Brother Cook. Go.
No, just like you said, if you go to other countries, man, I mean, they show you, I mean, especially when it comes down to the Aboriginal people of the Americas. When you go to Europe, man, I'm telling you, the Sweden, they let you know who the Aboriginal people to the Americas are. They don't do that here because, you know, their lies here are catching up on them. But
well, what we are not listening to, and it's right there in between the words of what the people are saying. If you notice, he asked the question, how did we end up on a reservation? How did they, the imposters, end up on the reservation? It's called whitewashing. How did they end up in the 5 civilized tribes, despite the thousands of, if you're using the term, uncivilized tribes? How did they end up recognized by the federal government and become a domestic dependent nation? Because we are the only independent sovereign on this soil, sprung from the soil. And no pale skin, I don't care what their amalgamation is, they are a pale genetic recessive. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing has more than half a century career talking about white genetic annihilation and what whiteness is. It is an inferior anomaly. Even an Aborigine can't maintain themselves, because if they mate with anyone not an Aborigine, I mean, not an albino, they are extinct. And we already know that by the so-called paleness of the European. But how did they become pale? When, as you just shared, even Benjamin Franklin, as late as the 1750s, said only the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So that means even everyone in Europe, including Russia and the Scandinavians.
Yep.
were Negro peons. So we don't.
Everybody.
I'm not going to keep going in circles on this. Sis wanted to play this as specific to the Great Law of Peace, and he did a real switcheroo. Angel, I know it might have infuriated you, but I wanted to share the video so people understood the context. All of this is statements of facts, except it applies to us, not them. So when he's there in a quandary on why they've wound up on a reservation, doped out on meth, alcoholics, and opioid addicts, guilt is a motherfucker. So no, you ain't got to badmouth them, sis. I'll leave that to me. Because the truth is not bad-mouthing. The truth is not bad-mouthing. The facts of the record speak for themselves. We're just not analyzing the record. We don't place ourselves in the story. We keep making ourselves ancillary to what other folks say is his story. And I'll yield on that. We're going to go ahead and play this for you, sis. And we're going to wrap it up.
Major funding for Ingenuity was provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Ingenuity.
There is a story about a total eclipse at the time of its creation. And at that time, if a person was killed by someone in another clan or in another nation, then you were bound to go and kill or capture at least one person from the group that did that. Hiawatha was a skilled speaker, speech maker, and so on. And he met up with Daganoweda, who some people say was a stutterer, but who had all these great ideas. And in one version of the story, they joined forces to try and stop the blood feuds. They then enunciated the Great Law. There is significant influence on the development of American government by Iroquois Haudenosaunee people. The direct influences are the idea of separation of powers, sovereignty in the people, that's we the people. Also, of course, the notion of federalism. The Great Law of Peace maintained peace within the Six Nations, but also developed a model for defense of the Six Nations from external powers. And that, of course, was very interesting to the 13 colonies. Benjamin Franklin published a book called Indian Treaties. In them were speeches by Haudenosaunee and other Native American leaders about peace, about government, and so on. In one instance, in a treaty in Pennsylvania, an Iroquois chief said, you should think seriously about uniting along the lines like us. Then, at the Albany Plan of Union in 1754, Franklin uses that as a model and develops the first plan for the union of the colonies. There is a group of Iroquois chiefs that come to Philadelphia, and they are actually sleeping on the second floor of Independence Hall. John Hancock is presiding over the Continental Congress at the time, and the Iroquois had been invited earlier to come down and view this new Continental Congress, and after looking for several weeks, they then make John Hancock the Great Tree. In 1785, when there's great frustration in the government and with the Articles of Confederation, three guys say we need to go and examine the Iroquois more closely and then bring that back, and maybe we can construct a new constitution. Those three guys are Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe. Jefferson becomes the ambassador to the French, and with Monroe, Madison goes and he rejoins his friend the Grasshopper, who's an Oneida chief who he had known for a long time.
For more information about Ingenuity and other ITVS programs, visit
Okay, sis. Here's the thing. Again, for those who are mentally challenged and on the short bus and are trolls in the chat, this is all whitewashing. All whitewashing, including the alleged founding fathers. Negro peons and African Moors are people who are melanated. Explain to me why you so desperately cling to a white ancestry. Now, old dude, hit the link. None your business. Copper, Miss Parker, if y'all come up here and kind of, round it out for us to wrap up. We again, going forward, I want to let you know tonight, our good sister Angel wants to get the conversation going amongst the community. Who You Calling Black is not just the title of her book. The subtitle is A Demand to End the Genocide of the Aboriginal American. If y'all don't have a comment on that, I guess you're already dead. We know them other pan-goofy bastards are dead from the neck up. Get up here and move the conversation forward so we can get out of our slumber. Remember how many people criticized Spike Lee for ending school days with 5 minutes hollering, "Wake up!" And that's over 30 years ago, and your ass is still asleep like Rip Van Winkle, huh? My brother, my sister, how y'all want to wrap it up?
Yes, may I share these images? This is a collage that I put together. And let me just point out, this sister right here, the second on the top from the left, she's Seneca, okay? We just saw this elder, she's Mattapony Pamunkey. And here we go with Crispus Attucks right here on the end, on the top. This is Crispus Attucks, okay? So let me move on down. As you can see, I believe, if memory is serving me correct, these are Blackfoot over here on the top left. We come down here, this brother right here with the headdress, with the feathers, he's Cheyenne. Here we go with the Algonquin. Here's a young sister, she's Mattapony. We coming over here to some Pamunkey. And we all know this image right here of America from the 1600s. And of course, we know this one. And this is another famous image of an American. So let's move on down here. Here's some more Algonquin here on the end. And these brothers right here, this is from the 1830s, 40s. I think they're Chippewa. I do believe they're Chippewa. And this brother right here, oh my goodness. on the end on the left. What is his story? It escapes me right now. I apologize, not remembering what nation he is of, but I do remember the story goes something about he got famous because, you know, he was taking out them pale faces. So anyway, this is a collage, and no Native Americans, I mean, they need to stop. They really are doing that, make themselves look so bad. But that's okay. Let them keep going, because like I said, the karma, they can't escape it. They can't escape the karma. Let's see, I think, am I missing some over here on the other side? No, I think that's it. So I have one more image I would like to share. This image right here. Okay. The oldest earthworks here on the North American continent, down in Louisiana. They call it Poverty Point. You see these mounds? These mounds, they call them ridges. But on top of these mounds were structures, houses on these ridges. And look how it is engineered. It's engineered in a semicircle, and it's exact. But look, this is the House of Representatives, and it's in the same exact configuration. And that's not just by coincidence. So we have to realize that this country is our country. And although it's been usurped, and our government's been usurped, because as you saw from the last video, we set up the government. No foreigners came over here and did any of this. We've always had government long established on this land through the Great Law of Peace. And the Great Law of Peace, they cannot put a date on it. Immemorial antiquity, it goes back so far. We cannot put a date on it.
Sis, I'm going to give you one last round of the Great Law. It's another short video, about 3 minutes. As you get your thoughts together. Blackfoot, get your wind down comments together. But these are other people telling us who we are, but we have ignorant Negroes keep arguing over if we are. So here we go.
First democracy in North America. I imagine your first instinct is to think the United States. Their republic was founded in the 18th century, and very often the way that Americans teach history, they think that they were the first democracy, or at least the first one since Greece. Though I imagine the more astute step-back viewers will know that if I started with such a simple question, that there's probably something going on. And there is, viewer. There is. You might have heard of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. It's the name the people of the Confederacy prefer for themselves. Haudenosaunee means people of the Longhouse. You might know them as the Six Nations, or the Iroquois. Our story today is about the legend of the founding of this League of Peace and the resilience and future of the nations within this great confederation. According to the oral tradition of the Haudenosaunee, we begin with an Onondaga man named Hiawatha. His story is very much a legend passed down by many generations of oral storytellers. He was likely a historical figure, but with lots of edits and flourishes over the centuries. He lived during a time in history known as the Time of the Blood Feuds. It was a violent period before the unification of the Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, and Mohawk. Violence from one nation to another sparked retaliation, which would repeat in an endless cycle of bloodshed. Hiawatha's story begins with tragedy. As an Onondaga warrior, he lost his wife and daughters to the endless conflicts scarring the land. The loss sent him into a deep depression, and he wandered the land, mourning. In his travels, he met Daganoweda, the peacemaker. The Haudenosaunee portrayed Deganuida as a wise wanderer from the far north. He came to this land with a mission to end the blood feuds and bring peace. The two men met somewhere in the Mohawk Nation's territory, a nomad who wanted to bring peace to a war-torn land, and a grieving husband and father in self-exile. They both wanted to see an end to the war and violence plaguing the people of the Longhouse. But Hiawatha was in a deep depression, the loss clouding his thinking, and he could barely keep himself together. If he were to move forward to save those people from the endless cycle of war, he'd need to process his grief. Deganuida taught him an important ritual still held in sacred practice today by the Haudenosaunee. It's a ceremony of prayer and song, used as a way to process grief for the dead. This was meant to replace a practice known as mourning wars. These were wars not for resources or territory, but for revenge, a part of their spiritual healing process. The battles included capturing captives to become spiritual successors of those they'd lost. The ceremony was one of the first concrete steps towards peace, a way to put an end to violence met with retaliatory violence and endless blood feuds and mourning wars that just rampaged every society and left everyone full of grief and hatred. This was a way to heal the wounds between these groups, and for the first time in a long time, make peace. The ritual requires a practitioner of a calm mind, one unaffected by grief. They would clear the eyes of the mourner from the tears to clear their vision. They'd open their ears to help them hear clearly, and their throat so that they may speak. The cloud of pain and suffering would lift, and reason.
All right, what's your take?
So, 99% of men would look and feel 10 times better if they dealt with
would return. If the Haudenosaunee nations were entire tribes in mourning, clouded by the grief of endless cycles of violence, then the role of Deganuida would be as a clear-headed outsider who came to this land to perform this condolence ritual for an entire country. Deganuida had healed Hiawatha, and soon, Hiawatha became his follower. They traveled along the 5 original nations of the Confederacy to spread knowledge of the condolence ceremonies. They immortalized the condolence ritual within an intricate pattern of beads on strings known as wampum. To this day, the Haudenosaunee use wampum to remember their history, traditions, and laws. They trace the origin of this practice to this moment with Hiawatha. The pair's first stop was the Mohawk Nation. From there, they moved west, spreading the knowledge of the condolence ritual. The Mohawks accepted it as well as the Oneida Nation. Their third stop was Hiawatha's home nation, the Onondaga. There, they met with a war chieftain named Atutarho. The legends say he had snakes for hair and wielded dark magic. If you don't choose to look at him literally, though, you can see Atutarho as sort of a counterpoint to Hiawatha. Both of them representing the two things that were creating the great pain and sickness of the Haudenosaunee people before the Confederation. Atutarho represents the resistance and the legacy of all of the anger and hatred that had been pent up through years of war. Atutarho was also a chief who owed his position of power to war. He was a war chieftain, and so many before the founding of the Confederacy held their positions of power based on being part of the warrior caste. To stop the endless cycle of war meant to give up some of their prestige and their position. So while Atutarho represented the anger and the vitriol and the violence, Hiawatha represented the pain and the loss. Both would need to be overcome in order to build this Confederacy of peace. And so when the pair went to see Atutarho, he rejected their proposal. They did not let this rejection defeat their mission. Soon, Hiawatha and Deganuida met with the Cayuga and Seneca, who agreed to join. They returned to Atutarho with the 4 nations backing them. He still refused their offer. Unable to see past his own rage and hurt, the other 4 nations proposed attacking the Onondaga to force them into the Confederacy. But Hiawatha did not want a black mark on the birth of an era of peace. He offered Atutarho a sacred position, that of the Great Chief, or Chief Sachem. The Onondaga Nation would also become the home of the Grand Council. It would be the meeting spot for all of the nations to discuss Confederacy matters. And you know what? He agreed. The message of peace had gone through. From this moment, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy was born. After Atotarho experienced his own condolence ceremony, he and Hiawatha were as brothers. The early Haudenosaunee Confederacy was a massive power in the region. Their ability to cultivate the three sisters of corn, squash, and beans led to a vast population. Hold on, I think I'm getting a collaboration thing. One sec.
Hi, I'm Cogito. You can tell it's someone from another channel because the art is, better? I've made a video in collaboration with Stepback on the amazing agricultural technology that the Native Americans possessed. If that sounds like something that you're interested in, then head over to my video once you finish watching this one.
With this superior population, they were able to expand into regions less populated. That is, until they got farming as well, and even the odds. I will mention though, these archaeological theories clash with the Haudenosaunee themselves who dispute this. Things seem to be going well until the 15th or 16th century. The Haudenosaunee began to face their greatest threat, a force which threatens their existence to this day. They met Europeans. Historians dispute whether their first interactions with Europeans was in 1535 meeting Jacques Cartier or in 1608 meeting Samuel de Champlain. Regardless, they soon became well known to the French. The French would forego calling them the Haudenosaunee, or the name of the nation they belonged to, opting for the name Iroquois. Contact was a disaster. The European diseases brought mass deaths to the Haudenosaunee people as well as every indigenous nation on the hemisphere. Estimates range from 80 to more than 90% of the population of North and South America. This mass dying represented about a fifth of the human population. In a never-ending drive to secure more hunting territory for beaver pelts, the Haudenosaunee launched a conflict against the French and their Huron allies known as the Beaver Wars. They purchased guns from their Dutch allies in modern-day Albany to fight back. Scholars now believe this conflict was a new emergence of the Morning Wars. They looked for people to bolster their population. Captives would become symbolic reincarnations of the many, many lost. Though they managed to dodge and even expand their territory, by the early 18th century, the Haudenosaunee were a major power in North America. They could play the rival empires of the British and French against each other to their benefit. Displaced from their homes in North Carolina, the Tuscarora asked to join the Great Confederacy, and they became the Sixth Nation. Today, you might hear the Haudenosaunee referred to as the Six Nations. Other nations became subjects of the Confederacy in something called overlordship. The Confederacy assimilated them as part of the Covenant chain. They were essentially made tributaries. During the 7 Years' War, the Haudenosaunee allied with the British against the French. After the British victory, they signed a treaty ensuring them land to live upon, which settlers could not expand into. Just want to mention, though, that many citizens of the 13 colonies both ignored this treaty and complained about it. Frustration over this curb on expansion, as well as many other issues from the 7 Years' War, prompted the 13 colonies to rise against the British in the American Revolution. The Haudenosaunee initially tried to keep neutral in the conflict. As the war dragged on, though, loyalties to the British or Americans split the Confederacy. They weren't able to recreate their great bonfire until after the war in Buffalo. But now, the nation straddled two separate countries. The Americans demanded through a series of treaties a majority of Haudenosaunee territory. The governor of New York tried to convince them to sell their land to white settlers, even exploiting an alcohol dependence epidemic to strong-arm them into giving up their ancestral territory. By the 1950s, the US was still confiscating land from the Confederacy. After World War II, the US began something they called Indian termination. They went through the act of trying to dismantle indigenous governments in favor of forced assimilation into American culture. They attempted to officially terminate relations on a nation-to-nation level. Nowadays in America, the legal status of indigenous people is a messy, oppressive patchwork of laws depending upon who could lobby for their existence. To this day, the Haudenosaunee government still exists. It still strives to keep a secure future for its people while resisting colonization. This is the crucial part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy I really want to impress. They're still alive. We tend to conceive of the stories of indigenous people as being past tense, on this long era of decline, on this inevitable path towards oblivion. But they are alive. They are current. They have not just a present, but a future. And it's a future that we can all do something to make better. I want to give a huge shout out to my patrons who, without which there would be no Step Back at this point. I would not be able to afford to do it. By the way, I'm very close to making Step Back my full-time job, which will mean more and better content for you. So if you want to be one of those fantastic people who want to step up and help Step Back succeed.
Okay, enough of the begging. So, all right. The problem for the people in the short bus and challenged in the peanut gallery is that all of this information that you have shown that we are sharing, we are showing you has been whitewashed. You can't perceive in your own mind to put yourself in the stories he was reporting. That means we have to start putting the content out. Right, Angel? And
Absolutely.
Blackfoot, if y'all have something that y'all want to share in wrapping up, I know we've been kind of a bit long here, and I want to thank Big Dog who is out there knocking them cues back,
Well,
getting sharp as Minnesota fats.
I want to say one thing before we wrap up. For you brothers and sisters out there who have a problem with what we're saying, I say to you, man, get out of your ego. Seriously, get out of your ego and have an open mind, man. This is how all of us got to be where we are. We have an open mind with no ego. You know, and the only reason that these degenerate people, man, can get up here and say the things they saying to us is because our people, man, are ignorant, man. And they get away with this shit. That's the only way they can do it. Because when you understand the 13 colonies, and you got to learn your timelines, man. You got to learn your timelines from the 1700s. I just read to you Ben Franklin, that was in 1755. He himself is telling you that the whole world is basically, they look like us. Only but a few. And that's the 1755. So just imagine in the 1800s, man, we still dealing with our people. So the people that came over here, the 13 colonies that came over here, hey man, they look like us, but they wasn't us. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. So just keep learning, brother. Put your ego away and keep learning, man. And that's really all I have to say.
They'll be learning. Don't worry about it. The Trump administration is going to cause them to learn. So, yeah, as they rip apart the DEI, which
Right.
doesn't benefit us, because giving our resources to another people has never built our communities. But this is how addicted we are to their juice, as though they got the game plan, and they run a good game plan. But we can see you got $39 trillion worth of debt, and what do Black Americans have out of this? Where are our businesses? You know, in 1995, for instance, the Democrats, there were people that were opposed to immigration, and they had good reason. They talked about Black people, the job being taken away. And now today, somehow somebody's convinced us to clap, well, certain ones of us to clap for immigration. And there's a history of them using immigration or immigrants coming into this country as a way of diminishing the power and the ability for Black folks to build. But somehow you could see through time, people can go do their own research on this, but you find through time how they can turn us against our own tails. Yeah, you're cutting your tail off because of what this party says or what that party says. But look at the facts. And this thing right now, like I said earlier, what's going on, forcing us out, and I hear more people today talking about doing the right thing, which is us having businesses in our backyard, us building with each other and so forth. And this is what it takes to make it happen. It's like, get off me, Negro. Get off me. You go build your own stuff and come fight for what's here. We have somehow in this system of America, we forgot what we could build. Even our own, as John and I talk, but our own church institutions don't use black people to build shit. They take your money and give it to somebody else. Our HBCUs, the lynching memorial was actually built by white folks. A black man hired him as a general contractor. And so I don't worry about what the people do. I worry about protecting myself from black folks, because one day this is going to come back to haunt them. What they're gonna do is get mad at me for just speaking the truth, because you can research all of this and find it for yourself. But they're gonna come to a place where they recognize, man, these folks got you eating your own damn tail. What you eating is you, and you're gonna have to stop it if you want to survive. We are our biggest ally. And you don't have to go do a lot of history. You can just look at what makes damn sense. The way we abandon our own communities and our own young folks. And John and I talk, we throw every kind of name at them. It's because we don't include them. We don't see their DNA, which is much like ours. We don't see their DNA as something viable. Oh, we're special because we got this job and we got these degrees. And then they go out there crying because we lost 600,000 jobs. Okay. Anyway, I don't have to say a whole lot. Facts gonna tell.
Oh, the great BS. Ben Shapiro says facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. Ronald Wilson Reagan said facts are stubborn things. But the American, known as the Negro, is the only truth on this land. Just my humble opinion. But go ahead, Blackfoot.
No, I just wanted to say one more thing, and that's dealing with our sister, Viola Fletcher. She wrote a book, and it's labeled "Don't Let Them Bury My Story." This is the Tulsa, Oklahoma race riots. Most people know it as Black Wall Street. Hey, look, get her book. Don't let them bury my story. When you read it and you see what she was talking about, such as when she was 7 years old, this is what she experienced. The devastation, the atrocities, man. And from 7 years old to when she transitioned out of here at 111, she stood up in her bed, man. She couldn't even sleep at night. You know what I mean? She had to sit up the whole night. Can you imagine that? But
for over a century.
Yeah.
And most people don't know about her foundation or her grandson that runs it. We let a purple tie gang member, like Cuddy told us on the last call, Demario Solomon Simmons, went and abused our ancestor by using her as a stalking horse, by putting in a lawsuit as a public nuisance. Really? The mass graves are still being dug up as we speak. That's an active crime scene. What is wrong with us? And I don't care about the trolls and the idiots in the chat that keep going in here trying to glom onto us, trying to attach Africanness, slave in perpetuity. That's a slave mentality. That doesn't make it a reality. Our acquiescing makes it seem real. It still does not make it real. But any other final thoughts before I wrap up with the music interlude? My brother?
Yes.
My sister?
May I? Yes. So I would just like to read this to everyone, just to reiterate. This book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. This is a demand that all United States government administrators, officers, and elected officials end the genocidal acts normalized against Aboriginal Americans in a racialized United States society today. The Congress, executive branch, and SCOTUS must thoroughly answer under their constitutional oaths and duty, who are you calling Black, thereby truthfully accounting to who is who in United States of America, because there's no such thing as a nation of immigrants. America is the national homeland of Aboriginal American people under genocidal harm from legal and illegal immigrants that are complicit in normalizing indigenous erasure to obtain their so-called American dream. Every designated Black or African American with legacy American maternal ancestry dating before 1860 must read this book for clarity on their identity crisis to solve who is naturally, more so than not, we, the people of America. Yakoki Lawa.
Thank you, my sister. And again, there can be only one American.
It was so honest and it's so truthful that it's never.
Now that I got your attention again, I want to speak to you about white girls on the arms of our black men.
Niggas want it easy and sleazy, so they take sleeping pills. They're scared of solid ground, so they run to the hills and search for Becky, a Karen, or a Sue. When they get around the sisters, they start acting brand new. I can't stand you milk toast softies. I don't like cream unless it's in my coffee. I refuse to call you brother. You're a traitor to your people, disrespectful to your mother. I just laugh at you clowns. You rather have it pale and flat instead of curvy and brown. The easiest woman on earth to charm. You think you came up cause you got a white chick on your arm. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her. Used to look up to the kings, the ones who stood tall and proud. Now I see these fellas shrinking, fading into the crowd, forgetting where they came from, forgetting all the struggle, chasing after fantasies, caught up in a bubble. You talk about your conquest like it's some kind of prize, but you're losing your foundation right before my eyes.
You'd rather have it pale and flat of curvy and brown. The easiest woman on earth to charm. You think you came up cause you got a white chick on your arm.
It's Mayday. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her. I'm here for the truth, for the strength that resides within, for the melanin glow, for the place where we begin. Don't need no validation from a world that don't uplift. My sister stand beside me, it's a powerful gift. So go on with your choices, your misguided desires, but don't come back complaining when your fake world expires. I just laugh at you clowns. You rather have it pale and flat instead of curvy and brown. The easiest woman on earth to charm. You think you came up cause you got a white chick on your arm. It's Mayday. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her. It's Mayday. This is not to attack ya. I'm not Polly and I don't wanna crack her.
Calling them honey.
Question must be asked of the youth. Who are you?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I came to reclaim my birthright.
Peace, this is Mayday. Hear the call, no play, they got the mic check. 1, 2, making sure the message stays straight. This ain't a game, this is closing the ranks. Let's give thanks to the ancestors standing firm upon these ancient riverbanks. A TEP production, yeah, you know the sound and the heat. Camaraderie is the currency, success is tasting so sweet. Who are we? Where are we? Are we where we need to be? Still rooted in the soil, indigenous, we never deflate. Never deflate, never deflate. Closing the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land, yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's a bomb more potent than any quicksand. Well, closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved, understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. Isaiah said, make it plain, so the understanding is broad. Demons came with tricknology, their doctrines are flawed. Troublemakers of the earth, mental sodomies, the method, warmongering thieves. Where they step, everything shredded, the shed in the blood. They delight wherever they arrive, leaving massive voids, destroying everything that was alive. Reclassification scheme, a tactic to still a terrain from aboriginal, indigenous to Negro, back and forth again. In 1 century, they tried to erase our foundation. From black to African American, confusion across the whole nation. But the wise men spoke truth, that shit in the deep stone. Our unity, one voice can never be overthrown. More powerful than atomic bomb, that's the calculation. Let's unite right now, fulfill the true spiritual obligations in the ranks. Gotta unify the whole fam, stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land, yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's the bomb, more potent than any quicksand. Closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved, understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. No more division, only precision, power in the vision. We rise as one, no ranks, close the mission complete. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Can I help you? Yeah, I came to reclaim my birthright. Question.
Hands up in the air, unified and bold. Shoulders locked tight, stories untold. This is the camaraderie, the brotherhood flow. We all stand in that for the people we know.
Field Marshal Brother Nazir, never back down. Talk your talk media, word spreads around town. Big dog, Philly OG, wisdom in his bark. Big aboriginal power, lighting up the dark. Key Norfolk on the line, speaking truth through the static. Open the knowledge, mind sharp, automatic. Sure is the realest with that unbreakable stance. Bro Sanchez bringing light, giving minds a chance. Dangerous music, Drake Cobb's on the sound. DJ Cuddy spins it, our anthem hits the ground. T wriggles, Dulcinea, voices join the crowd. Smoke signal in the air, make the ancestors proud.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher.
Supreme Chief Holiday, guiding with honor. Voodoo Child channel spirit, the feeling is stronger, no one left behind. Every name is a torch, lighting freedom's path. As we move off the porch, every voice different, but the heart's the same. We paint our own future, signing with our names. Forged by the struggle, united by the fight. One dream, one people, together in the light.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. Hands clasped in a circle, ancestors hear the call. Past, present, future, together we won't fall. From the roots in the soil to the stars in the sky, voices echo strong, let the unity fly. We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher. We all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. This is for the people, our movement, our pride. This is camaraderie, we stand side by side.
Thank you, my brother Big Dog. Until next time, please, y'all, move the conversation forward. Who you calling
Alabama,
black?
real quick. This was a fire bill. No, I appreciate Angel, the brother Ray, and yourself. Fire information, man. I love what y'all doing, and I'm glad y'all doing it over here, man. Power to the people. Much love and respect to everybody. I've been listening the whole time. I wanted to tap in, but you know what I mean? I'm shooting pool. and it's a lot of noise. So I appreciate y'all, man.
Come on, Minnesota Fats. Power to the motherfucking people.
Power to the motherfucking people. I'm in here getting it in.
Utmost appreciation and respect to
So,
Big Dog.
just to let y'all know, anytime y'all want the platform, y'all, it's y'all platform. Much love, respect. I appreciate everything y'all doing, and make sure y'all get me y'all books. So I'm definitely promote all of y'all books. So everybody have a good night. Much love to everybody in the chat. Power to the people. Black motherfucking power. Y'all have a good night. Love y'all, man. Peace.